because Ladies and gentlemen, the Alabama Senate will now come to order. Our prayer today will be delivered by Father Michael Novotny. He is the rector of Christ the King Anglican Church in Hoover and the guest of Senator Wagner. Father Novotny.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor, and thank you, Senator Wagner, for having me here. I promised him I would not have an altar call nor a sermon, just a prayer. But I do want to say on behalf of my church and the ministers here in the state of Alabama, thank you for your work on behalf of our state. So brothers and sisters, let us bow our heads in prayer. Almighty God, you sit on your throne giving righteous judgment. We humbly ask you to bless these senators here in this land, in this state of Alabama. Would you give them a spirit of wisdom and a spirit of understanding, that fearing no power but yours alone, that they may discern the truth, to discern justice, and to impartially administer and create righteous laws through him who shall come again to be our judge, your Son, our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Today, the pledge will be led by Noah Harris. Noah is a sophomore at Booker T. Washington Magnet High School in Montgomery, where he is a member of the basketball team. Noah plans to attend Alabama State University and study sports management and education.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberties and justice for all.
Thank you, Noah. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have 33 senators present, which is a quorum. The Senate is ready to transact business.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move that we excuse absent senators.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move that we dispense with the reading of the journal from the previous legislative day, that we adopt said journal.
All right, any objection?
Yes, I object.
All right. Okay. All right, Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. The other day, I want to take a point of personal privilege. The other day, this body unanimously adopted a resolution for Mr. Barry Matson. I have a copy of that resolution. I'd like the desk to read it. And like I said, we've already passed the SJR, but since Mr. Matson is in the gallery with us this morning, we'd like to read this in his honor.
All right. If I get everyone's attention. Secretary's going to read the resolution honoring Mr. Matson.
Senate resolution commending Barry Dwayne Matson on his retirement. Whereas highest commendations and congratulations are herein proudly presented to Barry Dwayne Matson for his outstanding professional achievement on the occasion of his retirement. And whereas since January 2017, Barry Dwayne Matson has served as the Executive Director of the Alabama Office of Prosecution Services, Alabama District Attorneys Association, and the Alabama District Attorneys Association Foundation in Montgomery, Alabama. And whereas prior to accepting this position, he served as Deputy Director of the Alabama Office of Prosecution Services and Alabama District Attorneys Association in Montgomery, Alabama from January 6 to to December 2016. And whereas his wealth of experience includes 2006 Chief Deputy District Attorney of the 29th Judicial Circuit, Talladega, Alabama, from 1995 until January in 2006, Assistant District Attorney, 26th Judicial Circuit, Talladega, Alabama, October 1993 to 1995, and Law Librarian and Law Clerk for Presiding Judge William C. Sullivan and Circuit Judge Jerry Fielding, the 29th Judicial Circuit, Talladega, Alabama, August 1990 until October 1993. And whereas Executive Director Mattson is a graduate of the Birmingham School of Law, where his honors included the Dean's List, Phi Theta Delta Law Honor Society, and Christian Legal Society honors. And whereas he graduated from Jacksonville State University, where he earned a Bachelor of Science degree in criminal justice, and he was a member of Lambda Alpha Epsilon, the Criminal Justice Association. He was vice president of the Lambda Gamma chapter of Kappa Sigma Fraternity, Incorporated, and earned academic achievement honors from the fraternity, and was the debate team captain. Whereas passionate about fighting drugs, Mr. Mattson served as chairman of the Alabama Drug Abuse Task Force. He was given the Drug Enforcement Agency Spartan Award for dedication and exemplary commitment to the mission of the DEA for fighting addiction in 2014. And whereas he was a founder and worked to establish the National Computer Forensic Institute located in Hoover, Alabama, which is a partnership between the United States Secret Service, the Alabama District Attorneys Association, the Office of Prosecution Services, State of Alabama, National Judicial College, and the Alabama Securities Commission. And whereas Executive Director Mattson and his wife, Mrs. Amy Majors Mattson, are the proud parents of David Bradford Mattson and Rachel Mattson Taylor, they have been blessed with 3 grandchildren. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that on the occasion of his retirement and in recognition of his distinguished career, highest commendation is hereby conveyed to Mr. Barry Dwayne Mattson, for whom a copy of this resolution is provided in admiration and appreciation, along with best wishes for the future.
Mr. President, I think it'd be appropriate if we, even though Mr. Mattson worked for former Senator Jerry Fielding, I think it'd be good if we gave him a round of applause for his efforts. He's supposed to be up there. There he is. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
All right, thank you. All right. Wanted to do that real quick. Going back to where Senator Smitherman objected, I need the secretary to call the roll on that. Yeah, dealing with dispensing the reading of the journal. We have to have a roll call vote on that.
Call the roll. Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
All right, 31 ayes, 1 nay. The motion passes. All right, got several guests I need to recognize in the gallery. When I call your name, if you could please stand. Seated in the gallery, a distinguished gentleman of Kalpha Alpha Psi Incorporated. If y'all could please stand. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. Next, got a special guest of Senator Wagner. His son, Mark Wagner. If you could please stand. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. And finally, a guest of Senator Cardinley, Charles Henderson High School Junior ROTC. If y'all could please stand. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. All right, Senator Reed. Great to have all the guests at the Alabama Senate today. All right, Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to make a motion that we set aside sunset for a special order calendar and probably call the long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll now.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
All right, 30 ayes, 0 nays. The motion passes. All right, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, I have a report from the Committee on Rules.
All right, Secretary Reed received the report from the Committee on Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Resolution Number 57, Special Order Calendar. Be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that immediately upon the adoption of this resolution, the following business in the order set forth below shall be the special and paramount order of business taking place for the 23rd legislative day, taking precedence over the regular order of business or any pending or unfinished business. Introduction of bills, House messages, reports from standing committees, motions and resolutions. On page 22 of the calendar, Senate Bill 224 by Senator Elliott regarding the Office of Occupational and Professional Licensing. On page 5 of the calendar, Senate Bill 139 by Senator Gudger regarding the Board of Cosmetology and Barbering. On page 1, Senate Bill number 92 by Senator Weaver regarding sex-based terms. On page 33, Senate Bill number 270 by Senator Orr relating to public records. On page 37, Senate Bill number 94 by Senator Carnley relating to taxation. On page 25, Senate Bill 192 by Senator Gavan regarding the legislature. On page 45, Senate Bill 238 by Senator Price regarding the Home Buyers Initiative Act. On page 47, Senate Bill 283 by Senator Hovey regarding motor vehicles and traffic. On page 53, Senate Bill 322 by Senator Chambliss relating to the Department of Corrections. On page 9, Senate Bill 152 by Senator Sessions regarding the State Pilotage Commission. On page 11, Senate Bill 183 by Senator Hatcher regarding virtual education. On page 55, Senate Bill 323 by Senator Price regarding taxation. On page 34, Senate Bill 20 by Senator Elliott regarding Baldwin County. On page 14, Senate Bill number 86 by Senator Allen regarding Tuscaloosa County. On page 7, Senate Bill 156 by Senator Chambliss regarding Autauga County. On page 51, Senate Bill 193 by Senator Williams regarding Mobile County. On page 34, Senate Bill 261 by Senator Jones regarding Cherokee County. On page 34, Senate Bill 262 by Senator Jones regarding Etowah County. On page 35, Senate Bill 263 by Senator Jones regarding Etowah County. On page 35, Senate Bill 267 by Senator Kitchens regarding Marshall County. On page 50, Senate Bill 268 by Senator Williams regarding Mobile County.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move that the Senate adopt the report from the Committee on Rules using the short roll call.
Okay. All right.
President.
Let me recognize one more group in the gallery, then I'll come to you. All right. I'd like to recognize members of the Alabama Iron and Steel Council in the gallery with us. If y'all could please stand. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. All right, Senator,
Mr. President, may I be recognized to speak on the special order calendar?
you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Let me, as I begin to speak on this calendar, I'm talking to my colleagues, but I'm talking to some people up there too. I've had some conversation about some issues on the special order calendar. And it's unfortunate, but we find ourselves that we've got a mountain we got to get past on this agenda before we can get to some of those things that we talked to, that I've had conversations with people about. I will share this with them. Only reason I said it because I talked to them this morning. Some of y'all I've had a chance to talk to, but I'm sharing now. I had no perception that until I got here, really the latter part before we came in here, of what this special order consists of. And I want to be very clear. I think that let me look around and see. I see about 6 or 7 of my colleagues who've been in here with me for a while. And I think they understand how I feel about certain things, and I'll share it with you all. I think that if you look at my track record in this body, that when it comes to your local legislation, I have voted with just about everybody in here for anything you all want to do. It could be taxes. That if you want to do that, that's fine. It could be alcohol. If you needed 21 votes in your area, I have done it. And some of you all have done it with me too, so I'm not trying to be one-sided on what I'm saying, but I have done it. But I've also been consistent with this, and that's simply this. If you want to radically change things in your area, fine, but leave Jefferson County alone. Exempt us out of what all this crap that you want to do. So that's my message. That's my personal message. We don't know what impact it's going to have on our area, and I ain't interested in somebody trying to explain to me in 2 minutes a radical change that's going to stick with my county and my people for the rest of their lives. So I want you all to understand why I'm up here at this moment. I had no intentions of being up here at this moment today. I want everybody to understand that. But we find ourselves where we are, and we are where we are. Okay? So I have every intention of everything and anything that the rules will allow me to have read, I'm going to have it read. Anything that the rules allow me to speak on, I'm going to speak on. And that's the way that the order of the day will go until otherwise that I have found out something different. So I want to share that with each person. I'm sorry for some of the people who I've talked with and kind of gave them some assurances that things was going to kind of go a certain way. But you know, I can only control what I can control. I'll say what I know. I've said a few times, and I'm gonna say it at this moment. Roger Smitherman, reporting for duty. It's my job to take your twos and your rules and be successful for the people who I represent in Senate District 18. And that's what I attempt to do, to take your rules and your twos and be successful for for the people, the 150,000 people that I represent in Jefferson County. So with that, that's where we find ourselves and why. I owe y'all that explanation. And that's why I gave y'all that explanation. So you don't have to wonder, what is he doing and why is he doing it? That's why I'm doing it. That's why. Because I cannot allow something like what I'm talking about on this calendar to come to a point where it totally, radically changes the process that we have moving in this county. I haven't had any input from my county commissioners. I haven't had any input from any of my people who are in any of those organizations whatsoever. Not a one, because they had no idea that this radical change was going to be coming. And I don't want nobody to tell me about you had time to do this and do that. I ain't had time to do nothing but handle each day that we've had here, because we've had so many things to come up and to go. If you all were in committee meetings yesterday, you talking about having time, and I mean, I'm not complaining, but I'm just talking about you having time. At 8:30 we had a committee meeting. At 9 o'clock we had two. And one of them, at 9:30, we had two public hearings. Okay, that was tourism. All right, everybody feel what I'm saying? So, no, so I had to say that before somebody get up there and say, well, why you didn't do it? That's why. And when you start talking about a bill of that size and magnitude, it's gonna take plenty of time to break it down, be able to talk to people who is gonna have an impact on in my county, and to see what, if anything, that can be done regarding that, so that we can work with that to move where we're going. Okay? No, I don't have time today, because I'm not going to get off this mic to do something that then all of a sudden is back in my face, and then I can't do that. I can't do that, okay? You know what they call that? I'm gonna tell y'all what they call that. They call that the rope-a-dope. I ain't interested in being rope-a-doped today, okay? No, I ain't interested in it. See, so that's why I said that. I've been there long enough to know a rope-a-dope when I see it. I ain't seeing one now, but that's a rope-a-dope. If I walk away from here to sit down somewhere to talk about something of that magnitude, knowing that it can't be solved and done properly in this short window of time that we have. So in that light, I just plan to stand here, and talk about the different things that we are going to be involved in. I'm going to help educate the audience on certain things, just like if we have bills introduced. I'm sure we don't have probably any at this point. And another thing, let me say this while I'm talking.
Senator Smitherman, do you care if I recognize some more guests in the gallery?
Not at all, Mr. President.
I know you're on a roll.
That's all right.
But all right. I want to recognize some special guests in the gallery. When I call your name, if y'all could please stand. Leadership Lee County, the guest of Senator Hovey and Senator Price. And I also believe Senator Hovey's wife is up there. Where is she? Is she there? You can wave if you're up there. Yeah, anyway, welcome to Alabama Senate. All right, also want to recognize Leadership Blount County. If y'all could please stand, the guest of Senator Kitchens and Senator Shelnut. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. Great to have y'all. All right, thanks, Senator Smitherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now the rest of y'all who married need to take a lead from this senator right here. See, he ain't confused. He know who the boss. You saw that, didn't you? All right, then. Now, don't y'all leave here confused today. Go home with all confused because you down here with us. You know, you going back in their house. They ain't thinking about this stuff. You down here and they charging titles and stuff. You better go home, get ready to take that trash out. You better get ready to take them groceries out the car and, and help clean that kitchen. That's what you better be ready to do. So I thought that was real smart of my colleague. That was real smart of him. Well, shoot, I'm taking a piece out of that book that he did to do that with. Now, I'm going to get back, Mr. President, get Jermaine on what I'm talking about now. We got this special order calendar. Now, let me say this. I wish the rules chair was in here. That's all right. I'm going to still say it again when he come back in here. He is to be commended. He is to be commended because I saw the availability of bills that we had to put on this calendar. He does not have nothing to work with when it comes to our bills, okay? So why are you saying that, Smilderman? I'm saying it because I'm talking to committee chairs. I ain't talking to all y'all. Some of y'all working hard trying to do it. But you got to get them bills out before he can have them to put them on the calendar. Y'all understand what I'm saying? He ain't Houdini. He can't, bam, pop it, and all of a sudden we have some bills that are in line to do that. So I thought I would tell you that put them, you know, we need to put them on. And if we gonna get to a certain point, well, y'all know how it go. What legislative day is this? The 23rd. So we got, after the day, we got 7 more. Okay, all right. So you know, we may have to have some conversations. Committee chairs may have to have some conversations with some members, especially on the minority side, because we at that point, it's probably almost too late to really get much done downstairs, because I see the budget chair in here now. He with me on my local delegation. And I would ask him since he is among the power people down there, I would ask him to say, please tell the rules people to stop reviewing bills and put our bills on the agenda. The word is that they're reviewing. It's enough reviewing. So I just need you to do that for me. If you'll do that, I appreciate it. And I apologize to him because I talked to you, and that's right, and he was one of those people that I talked to with thinking that we were going to get through this because he has a bill on here that he's got one on here. But see, I apologize to you because I didn't know sometimes you run into a bump, but I done ran into Mount Everett. This Mount Everett right here. And so it takes a lot longer to get over Big Mount Everett than it does a bump. So with this being Mount Everett, I just thought I would just say that, let him know that because I had just about assured him that I thought that we would be able to address that. And then I got another senator from down there in the Mobile area. He's got a couple little nuggets on here, and I assured him a little bit too in conversation before I saw the mountain. So that's why I have to share that with you, that the mountain has created another obstacle that I ain't quite got the tools to bow through the rocks. So since I can't go straight through the rocks, I got to now climb all the way over the mountain, at least to the top, and then see if there's a pathway to go down the mountain so we can get on with what we're trying to do here. Now, looking at this, I wonder what committees, let's see what committees are gonna have to report. I know Judy gonna have to report. I think, let me see. Think about the committees that I'm on. I don't see tourism, they didn't take any votes, so it won't be tourism. Let me see, what else? Confirmation didn't meet, so it's not confirmations. Let's see, who else is it that I might be on? I don't know if children and youth met or not. I'm not on that. They met. And I remember transportation met. They met, and let's see, who else was it that met? Transportation. Oh, Fred. Did Fred meet? I think Fred was scheduled to meet. I don't know if they met. Let's see. Oh yeah, LL1. He got a bunch of bills in there. I think he got about 10. You know, so LL1 gonna report. And I don't know if there's anybody, have I missed? I don't have a little book. I didn't miss, I don't have a little book. But, so we'll get a chance to kind of see what kind of activities, okay. We'll get a chance to see what kind of activities took place in those particular committees. Now, I'm talking to my colleagues over here, Minority Leader. What I want, this is what I was gonna say. I normally drink a little water up here, but I want a little caffeine, bring them out. No, I want to get a real Mountain Dew. I don't want no diet. I don't know, I think, Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry, y'all were talking. I apologize, go on. I did not mean to interrupt. I want y'all to know that. Yeah. I was talking to the secretary, and I was asking, you got any of them real Mountain Dew back there? I know you got the little diets, but you got the real ones.
I've got Diet Mountain Dew in my office.
I don't want to be on no diet.
Okay.
I need the caffeine. See, that's what I did.
It's got caffeine.
Yeah, but it ain't got as much.
All right. Does it not?
All right. That's all. But my administrative sister, she hears me. I got some in the fridge down there, so maybe I can get
Let me get Jess to go get you one.
No, he might be needed up there. I don't want to take him away from his real thing he's doing up there.
In your office?
Yeah. But anyway, thank you, Mr. President.
All right, are we ready to vote on the calendar?
You can.
Is that what you were telling me?
So what now?
Are we ready to vote on the calendar? You got about 2 minutes left, or you want to finish up the 2 minutes?
Yeah, let me do that.
All right.
Yeah, because them 2 minutes might be valuable somewhere down the line. All right, so we're going to take a vote on this, and as I look on here, I'll wait till we get back after them 2 minutes, but to talk about these particular bills, I saw something. Let me see, what is it? It was one of these, was it this board right here? It was one of these boards they were talking about, I got the article now, they're gonna talk about discontinuing or something. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Lord, you're a lifesaver. Thank you very, very much. All right, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Well, them things good, I'm just gonna tell y'all. Only thing wrong with these Mountain Dews, you can't make a float. You know how you make a Coke or a root beer float? No, you can't make no float out of them with ice cream. You have to get the Coke or the Pepsi or a root beer or something like that. Yeah, that's the only thing I hate. When you bring it, now, I got to ask you a question. Is it safe for me to drink this? I had to ask that question now.
All right. Well, I hate to pause this moment, but your time's expired.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. I believe the motion was using the previous roll, but you want the long roll?
Yes, sir.
All right. Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams.
Nineteen ayes, 7 nays. The special order calendar is adopted. All right. Introduction of bills. Any senators have any introduction of bills? Senator Smitherman. So this is the first time since I've been lieutenant governor I've ever seen anybody double fisting two Mountain Dews from the podium. So that is a first, all right? So put that down on first for as I've been presiding. So
If I can do one thing, I'm on him. If I can do one thing and end up they bring me a couple ice, then I can keep it cool, you know. So I hope somebody hear that.
all right.
Senate Bill number 330 by Senator Orr and others relating to the Alabama Jobs Act is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Energy.
All right, Senator Smitherman.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to the Alabama Jobs Act to amend Section 4018-372, Code of Alabama 1975, to amend the definition of a renewable energy generation facility. Senate Bill number 331 by Senator Hatcher and others relating to the Growing Alabama Act is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to the Growing Alabama Act, the Innovating Alabama Act, the Alabama Jobs Act, and the Innovate Alabama to amend sections 4018-376.4,
Catherine Gill.
4018-417.2, 4110-801, 4110-804, and 4110-842 Code of Alabama 1975 to provide for eligible census tracts under the federal New Markets Tax Credit Program.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion. We would go into recess for the Law Enforcement Medal of Honor on joint session here and call of the chair.
All right, got a motion to stand in recess, the call of the chair. Any objection?
President, I would like to know when we're going to be called. I know it's at the call of the chair, but I want to know the time. I don't want to be caught somewhere where I can't be on this mic.
Yeah, so we're going to go down and how about I'll make sure you get in here
That's
before I
good
call.
enough.
Does that work?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any objection? All right, all those in favor stand in recess, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we stand in recess, call of the chair.
Senate Bill number 333 by Senator Singleton and others relating to tax credits is referred to the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to tax credits, to provide a tax credit to Alabama employees for employees eligible under the Federal Work Opportunity Tax Credit Program and to allow for the adoption of the rules. Senate Bill number 334 by Senator Singleton relating to horse racing is referred to the Committee on Tourism and Marketing.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to horse racing, to add Article 47 to Chapter 9 of Title 41, Code of Alabama 1975, to provide for the Horse Racing Modernization Act, to establish the Alabama Racing Commission, to provide for the issuance of licenses to conduct horse racing, to provide for a local referendum under certain circumstances, to tax certain racing revenues, to enter into the interstate compact on licensure of participants in live racing with parimutuel wagering, and to provide criminal penalties for a violation. Senate Bill number 335 by Senator Singleton relating to firearms is referred to the Judiciary Committee.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to firearms, to prohibit persons from possessing a firearm that has a part or combination of parts designed or intended to convert a firearm into a machine gun installed on or attached to the firearm, to provide penalties for violations.
All right, any other introduction of bills? All right, now move on to House messages.
House Joint Resolution 194. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has originated and adopted the following House Joint Resolution and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Joint Resolution number 194 by Representative Brown commending Delaney Zimlich for her leadership with the youth of Mobile County. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, I would like to adopt that resolution. That's time sensitive, and we'd like to get it printed today, and we'd like to have it read, if that's possible.
All right.
Without objection.
Hold on one second. Any objection for immediate consideration? All right. Okay. And then you want it read?
Please.
Okay. Secretary, can you read the resolution?
Whereas with great pride and special pleasure, highest commendations are conveyed to Delaney Zimlich for her leadership with the youth of Mobile County. And whereas Delaney Zimlich has been active in her community from an early age, she accompanied her mother yearly as they captained the Foul River Zone for the Alabama Coastal Cleanup while living in Baldwin County, and when they moved back to the Foul River. She was in the 4-H as a 4- and 5-year-old and then transitioned into the Girl Scouts of the United States. She asked for permission to build and install a little free library at the Foul River Community House and now keeps it stocked with books for all to use. And whereas while in the Girl Scouts, she started to find her voice in advocating for accessibility in the camps and outings she attended. She began a service project sewing pillowcases for the patients at USA Health Children's and Women's Hospital, where she is a frequent patient as she was born with spina bifida and has had many surgeries and hospital stays. She now heads up that part of the mission with the nonprofit Crew of Kindness and calls the pillowcases Crew Cases. And whereas Delaney has continued to work hard to keep her head high, but it has not been easy. She bravely tried out for the Mobile Bell Leadership Program, and while she did not make it the first time, she tried again the following year and has been a docent at the Richards DAR home during her senior year. She is also a volunteer with the Red Shoe Crew at the Ronald McDonald House in Mobile. She worked with the hospital on a teen advisory council before COVID, and she will be volunteering with them this summer. And whereas Delaney has homeschooled her entire life and completed her coursework through the Access Virtual Learning Program, it has allowed her to not only stay on task with her studies at any time of day or night, but also to be available to participate in community activities. Now therefore be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that Delaney Zemlich is highly honored for her leadership and service skills despite her many challenges she has faced. She is an inspiration to all who know and love her, and this resolution is offered to her with best wishes for success in all future endeavors.
Thank you, Mr. President. Motion to adopt.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown in is amended as passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to Senate. Senate Bill number 168 relating to economic development. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Senator Weaver.
So there was an amendment added downstairs, and it clarified that a commercial development authority can't receive a site development grant under the SEEDS Act for a single commercial enterprise except in certain circumstances. And it also provided further clarification on the uses of those site development grants. So I would like to make a motion to concur, if there are no questions.
Mr. President?
Yeah.
I just wanted to have a comment or two about this, and appreciate the sponsors' willingness to accommodate. I would say this will certainly bring clarity to our current law, which is a good thing because it was not very well clear before. I'd also say this, it's important as we go forward, as we spend economic development resources in this particular instance, that we make sure we continue to spend them on site development and the infrastructure, which is what we passed last year, and not get carried away with property purchases and letting the exceptions eat the rule. We have limited funds. The general fund, I believe, I don't see the chairman in here, had $15 million. It was reduced, but he had left, I think, from 25 to 15 for site development. This will clarify what that means due to disputes among attorneys. But as we look at, quote, site development, let's be sure that, again, we are very prudent with the funds and that we do truly site development, and the exceptions are the site purchases because, again, they will gobble up all the funds and we'll be back to where we used to be and have nothing for site development because we went out and bought a bunch of property and now we don't have the funds to adequately develop the infrastructure on said property. So thank you for that. I think the pro tem, and we've had conversations about this, he may have similar feelings.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, I want to thank the gentlelady from Shelby for giving me an opportunity to step in and be able to make some comments here. Senator Orr is correct. He and I have had quite a bit of conversation this morning that's important. I am super supportive of what we're doing with the SEEDS Act and what we're doing in economic growth and development across the state of Alabama, and I know many in this body are excited about it as well. I do think Senator Orr brings up a good point that will be important for the Department of Commerce to recognize moving forward, that it's going to be important to all of us that we not spend all the money on one particular area within all of the needs that are there for economic growth and development. And the fact, just like maybe almost everything in life, if you've got a proper balance, you're going to be in a good place to be able to accomplish what are going to be the best outcomes. So I'm glad that this legislation can move forward, and I think we're in a good place as a result. Alabama's going to benefit tremendously from not only what we've done with the game plan, but what we are going to be doing with elements associated with working for Alabama, as you were well aware. And so I appreciate, again, the gentlelady from Shelby giving me the chance to step in and make a comment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your leadership, Mr. Pro Tem. Senator Smithman.
Mr. President, thank you very much. If she'll allow me to do the same, I appreciate it. I want to say that I am I'm real proud for my colleagues in here who may be having the opportunity to do some economic development in their areas. I say that because, you all in several things that we've worked on that end, help me, help us, our delegation on that end on several things. And I'm honored and proud of the fact that we'll be able to do some additional economic development in our areas. And in closing, I want to say this. I want to thank, and I was looking for them, they were up there. If the Commerce Department, yeah, there you go. I want to thank them very much. Y'all heard me yesterday when I was talking about certain things and information, and I needed to know some things. Well, I just tell y'all at 9 o'clock this morning, when I walked in my office, it looked like the whole Commerce Department was sitting in there. I didn't even have enough seats, so they came and they've explained everything to the T, and the questions I needed to ask, and all the information that I asked for, as it relates to the thing, they brought it and said it right there. That's called being on top of what they do. That means for me to say from this mic, and for them obviously listening to what we're doing, and them being there at 9 in the morning, is to be commended for them. So I want to thank them very much. And at this time, I'll yield back to you.
That, Mr. President, I'd like to motion to concur using previous roll. Do we have a good roll?
Not really, no.
Okay, long roll.
Yeah, all right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Milson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver.
Aye.
Mr. Williams.
33 ayes and no nays.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs. Thanks, Senator Weaver. All right. All right, Secretary, call the next House message.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 320 by Representative Bedsole is referred to the Judiciary Committee. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Senator Smithman.
May I be recognized?
You are.
Speak on that. Do I kind of get a copy of it or something? What does it do?
Hold on.
Oh, it's a first read.
I thought we were concurring. I told you wrong. Just a first reading.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, he's right. I wasn't sure, Mr. Secretary.
Nah, that was my fault. I should have caught that. I wasn't, yeah. All right.
It's all right.
Next. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 379 by Representative Faulkner and others relating to county boards of equalization is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 145 by Representative Garrett regarding appropriations for public education is referred to the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education.
Mr. President, I had to recalibrate from based on the secretary, what he had to help me recalibrate, so I request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
To make appropriations for support, maintenance, and development of public education in Alabama for debt service and for capital outlay for the fiscal year ending in September 30th, 2025. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 329 by Representative Robertson and others regarding Jacksonville State University is referred to the Committee on Education Policy. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Jacksonville State University to amend Section 1652.3 Code of Alabama to increase and revise the at-large membership of the Board of Trustees to include 4 at-large members, 2 of whom reside within the state and 2 of whom reside outside of the state. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 144 by Representative Garrett is referred to the Committee on Finance, Taxation, Education. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
To make a conditional appropriation for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024 from the Education Trust Fund to the Executive Commission on Community Services Grants and to the Lieutenant Governor for a K-12 Capital Grant Program in the amount of $29,998,245 and make supplemental appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024 from the Education Trust Fund to various agencies and entities in a total amount of $651 million. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 163 by Representative Allman and others regarding the Alabama School of Healthcare Sciences in Demopolis is referred to the Committee on Finance and Taxation, Education.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
To create a program known as the Alabama School of Healthcare Sciences in Demopolis, Alabama, to provide legislative intent, to provide definitions, to provide for the membership, powers, compensation, and terms of a board of trustees, to provide for programs and the operation of the school, and to provide for the extracurricular activities, and to prescribe eligibility requirements. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 150 by Representatives Garrett and Oliver regarding appropriations to the Southern Preparatory Academy in Camp Hill, Alabama is referred to the Committee on Finance, Taxation, Education. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill 149 by Representative Garrett and Boyd regarding appropriations to Talladega College as referred to the Committee on Finance, Taxation, Education. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 146 by Representative Garrett and Drummond regarding public education employees is referred to the Committee on Finance, Taxation, Education. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to the salaries of public education employees to provide for a revision of the state minimum salary schedule to reflect a pay increase of 2% beginning with the fiscal year 2024 through 2025, to provide that each employee of certain boards of education shall receive the pay increase according to placement on the appropriate salary step, to require the appropriate increases on the state minimum salary schedule, to provide support employees with a 2% pay increase beginning with the fiscal year 2024 through 2025, to require salary schedules, to provide the schools with a 2% pay increase for the 2024-2025 fiscal year, and to provide for an across-the-board salary increase on all 2-year post-secondary salary schedules, to establish other requirements on the 2-year post-secondary salary schedules, and to establish miscellaneous pay provisions relating to public education. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 148 by Representatives Garrett and Warren regarding Tuskegee University is referred to the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
To make an appropriation of $14,816,579 from the Education Trust Fund to Tuskegee University in Tuskegee, Alabama for the support and maintenance of the educational program of the institution for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, to provide that the appropriation is subject to certain provisions of the Code of Alabama 1975, to require an operations plan and an audited financial statement prior to the release of any funds, and to require an end-of-the-year report. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 346 by Representative Allman relating to taxation is referred to the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to taxation, to establish the Alabama Workforce Housing Tax Credit Act, to create the Alabama Workforce Housing Tax Credit for qualified workforce housing projects, to define certain terms, to provide for maximum annual award amounts for qualified projects, to allow the tax credits to be claimed for 10 years against the tax liability of a qualified taxpayer, to allow a carry forward for earned but unused tax credits, to require a portion of the annual award cycle cap to be awarded for qualified projects located in areas designated as rural by the Alabama Housing Finance Authority, and to require that the authority to implement and administer the provisions of this act. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 318 by Representative Hassel and others relating to the Alabama Board of Social Work Examiners is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to the Alabama Board of Social Work Examiners to enter into social work licensure compact by adopting Article 4 of Chapter 30 of Title 34 Code of Alabama 1975 to read as follows. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 358 by Representative Daniels and others relating to child care and workforce development is referred to the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to child care and workforce development to establish the employer tax credit, child care provider tax credit, and nonprofit child care provider grant, and to make legislative findings. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 421 by Representative Faulkner and others regarding the Polygraph Examiners Board is referred to the Committee on Veterans Military Affairs. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to the Polygraph Examiners Board to amend sections 3425-2, 3425-3, 3425-20 Code of Alabama 1975 to define polygraph device, to specify that a polygraph device does not include equipment or devices used for the purpose of computer voice stress analysis, and to make non-substantive technical revisions to update the existing code language to current style. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 257 by Representative Lovern regarding Alabama Adventure Awaits sales tax is referred to the Committee on Finance, Taxation, Education.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
To create the Alabama Adventure Awaits sales tax holiday, to provide for the exemption of certain items from state sales and use tax during the sales tax holiday, to provide local opt-in provisions for the sales tax holiday, to amend sections 4023-213 and 4023-233 Code of Alabama relating to the local opt-in provisions for the existing school items and severe weather preparedness sales tax, and to add sections 4023-210.1 and 4023-230.1 to the Code of Alabama 1975 to provide for price adjustments based on the Consumer Price Index. Yes, just Lovern. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 412 by Representative Almond regarding the Alabama Code of Military Justice is referred to the Committee on Veterans and Military Affairs.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to the Alabama Code of Military Justice to amend sections 312A1, 312A2, 312A6, 312A7, 312A12, 312A15, 312A16, 312A19, 312A20, 312A22, 312A26, 312A29, 312A30, 312A34, 312A35, 312A36, 312A38, 312A73, 312A130, and 312A136 Code of Alabama, to add section 312A26A to the Code of Alabama 1975, and to repeal sections 312A99, 100, 101, 312A102, 312A104, 312A105, 312A110, 312A112, 312A112B, 312A114, and 312A143 Code of Alabama 1975. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 407 by Representative Pettis regarding income taxes is referred to the Committee on Finance, Taxation, Education. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
House Bill 407 relating to income taxes to amend Section 4018-14 Code of Alabama 1975 as last amended by Act 2023-421 to amend the definition of gross income to exempt from state income tax amounts paid as overtime compensation in accordance with the U.S. Fair Labor Standards Act. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 290 by Representative Oliver and others relating to sudden cardiac arrest is referred to the Committee on Education Policy. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to sudden cardiac arrest, to require the governing body of each public and non-public school to develop and implement a cardiac emergency response plan and to provide standards for a cardiac emergency response plan and to authorize the State Board of Education to adopt rules. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 335 by Representative Hill regarding tax lien auctions and sales is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government.
I didn't know you were going to do that signed by so-and-so and so. I request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Forgot. Relating to tax lien auctions and sales to amend sections 4010-182, 4010-183, 4010-184, 4010-186, 4010-187, 4010-191, 4010-193, 4010-198, 4010-199, and 4010-200 Code of Alabama, and to add section 4010-202 to the Code of Alabama, to further provide for times a public auction may be held, to further provide for fees, to provide for the purchase price of a tax lien if a holder of a tax lien certificate fails to purchase a subsequent tax lien, to provide for the transfer of the tax lien and rights of the purchaser, to further provide for who may redeem a tax lien that has been auctioned or sold, to further provide for a title report for use in a foreclosure and quiet title action, to prohibit a holder of a tax lien certificate from entering upon or possessing any property until a deed is received, to prevent a holder of a tax lien certificate from being criminally or civilly liable for violations in certain circumstances, and to provide that certain books and records are prima facie evidence in certain circumstances. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 382 by Representative Paramore regarding competitive bid contracts. It's referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government.
Mr. President.
John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, I request title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
To amend sections 41.4.161, 41.4.164, 41.16.82, 41.16.83, 41.16.85, and 41.16.87 Code of Alabama to provide further for the procedures for protesting certain competitive bid contracts. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 100 by Representative Clark relating to crimes and offenses is referred to the Judiciary Committee. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to crimes and offenses, to add section 13A514 to the Code of Alabama to establish increased penalties for a crime committed against an election official that is motivated by the individual's role as an election official. To amend section 17.3, 30.1 Code of Alabama to establish that a felony committed against an election official which is motivated by an individual's role as an election official is a crime of moral turpitude.
Request the title, Mr. President, to be read. You just read.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 392 by Representative Robbins regarding motor vehicle titles is referred to the Judiciary Committee. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
I request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title. I thought we caught you there, not paying attention.
Now the whip over him working. He's trying to whip the whip in line.
He's doing a good job.
The whip trying to whip the whip.
Yeah.
Relating to the transfer of motor vehicle titles to prohibit the Department of Revenue from transferring any ownership interest in a motor vehicle of a deceased owner except under certain circumstances. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 92 by Representative Stubbs regarding asbestos actions is referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to asbestos actions, to amend sections 65691, 65692, and 65693, Code of Alabama 1975, to further provide for various requirements for asbestos actions, and to authorize a defendant in asbestos action to be dismissed if certain requirements are not met. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 444 by Representative Paramore relating to the city of Troy in Pike County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, we request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to the city of Troy and Pike County to amend sections 2 through 4 of Act 1996-459, 1996 regular session to further provide for the City of Troy Investment Trust Fund. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill 445 by Representative McCampbell and Jackson regarding Marengo County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Marengo County to provide for an additional issuance fee of motor vehicle tags, to provide for distribution of the revenue, and to provide for retroactive effect. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill 446 by Representatives McCampbell and Jackson relating to Marengo County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Marengo County to amend Section 454660 of the Code of Alabama to increase the expense allowance and to further provide for the mileage allowance of the coroner, to authorize the county commission to provide for the coroner to appoint a deputy coroner and to provide an expense allowance and mileage allowance for the deputy coroner, and to authorize the county commission to increase the expense allowance and mileage allowance of the coroner and the deputy coroner.
All right, that concludes House messages. All right, now move on to committee reports. Secretary, call the first committee.
Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you.
From Finance and Taxation General Fund, Senate Bill number 60 receives a favorable report with substitute by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays. From Finance and Taxation General Fund, Senate Bill number 265 receives a favorable report with substitute by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President,
Senator Smithman.
request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to juvenile courts, to amend sections 1215-208 and 1215-215 Code of Alabama to require the Department of Youth Services to reimburse a county detention facility for housing a child once the child has been ordered to the custody of the Department of Youth Services, and to make non-substantive technical revisions to update the existing code language to the current style. Relating to juvenile courts, Code of Alabama to require the Department of Youth Services to reimburse a county detention facility for housing a child once the child has been ordered to the custody of the Department of Youth Services. From the Committee on Finance and Taxation General Fund, Senate Bill number 315 receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to the Alabama Rural Agribusiness and Opportunity Zone Jobs Act, to amend sections 49H2 through 49H5 and 49H7 Code of Alabama 1975 to authorize the issuance of state matching capital to certified growth funds and to make capital accessible to rural and minority-owned businesses, to repeal section 49H9 Code of Alabama, which provides legislative intent relating to funds from the American Rescue Plan of 2021 and to make the operative upon a specified appropriation. From the Committee on Finance and Taxation General Fund, Senate Bill 319 receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to state agencies, to prohibit state agencies from settling claims against the state agency unless the agency has sufficient funding to pay the amount prescribed in the settlement agreement, and to require a state agency that lacks sufficient funding to pay the full amount of a settlement agreement to provide certain notice to certain public officials. From the Committee on Finance and Taxation General Fund, House Bill number 54 receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to volunteer firefighters, to provide compensation to beneficiaries or dependents of active volunteer firefighters who die of cancer through the existing line of duty death benefit under Article 1, Chapter 30, Title 36, Code of Alabama 1975, to provide for circumstances qualifying for the claim and a standard of proof. From Finance and Taxation General Fund, House Bill number 73 receives a favorable report by a vote of 11 ayes, 2 nays, and 1 abstention.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to ad valorem taxation, to limit the assessed value of certain real property for ad valorem tax purposes with exceptions. From Finance and Taxation General Fund, House Bill number 212 receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to retirement benefits, to amend Section 1625-23 and 3627-28 Code of Alabama to revise the circumstances in which an individual's pension, annuity, or retirement allowance benefit under the teacher's retirement system and the employee's retirement system are subject to certain recovery actions. From Finance and Taxation General Fund, House Bill number 220 receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to the transient occupancy tax, to establish the Alabama Tourism Tax Protection Act, to define an accommodations intermediary, accommodations provider, and room charge, and to provide that an accommodations provider intermediary shall collect the tax imposed. From Finance and Taxation General Fund, House Bill number 256 receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to extradition, to amend Section 15962 Code of Alabama to further provide for the mileage and daily fees paid to an agent of the state in certain circumstances and to make non-substantive technical revisions to update the existing code language to the current style. From Finance and Taxation General Fund, House Bill number 259 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 13 ayes and 1 nay.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to elections, to require the judge of probate of each county to conduct a post-election audit after every county and statewide general election to determine the accuracy of the originally reported results of the election. From the Committee on Finance and Taxation General Fund, House Bill number 274 receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to prisoners, to amend Section 14642, 14647, and 14651 Code of Alabama to further provide for the funds the state sends to counties for the feeding of prisoners, to further provide for the monies to be deposited in a county's prisoners' feedings fund, to further provide for the monies deposited into and paid out of the emergency prisoner feeding fund, to further provide for the process of applying for monies from the emergency prisoner feeding fund, and to make non-substantive technical revisions to update the existing code language to the current style. From Finance and Taxation General Fund, House Bill number 294 receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to local county officials, to amend Section 112A4 Code of Alabama 1975 of the Omnibus Pay Act to provide that uniform increases in compensation granted to local officials would be included in the compensation of local officials. From Finance and Taxation General Fund, House Bill number 309 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays. From Finance and Taxation General Fund, House Bill number 324 receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to emergency medical transport providers, to amend Sections 4026B91, 4026B94, 4026B95, and 4026B99 Code of Alabama to extend the assessment on emergency medical providers through the fiscal year quarter starting July 1st, 2025.
Senator Smithman, I think we might set a record today for the most times of somebody requesting a title be read and me saying a title be read. Last week, most bills passed. Today, I think that's going to be a new record.
Unfortunately, I hope we would have had a new record, not related to that. But it just kind of happened like that, unfortunately.
From Finance and Taxation General Fund, House Bill number 352 receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to juvenile courts, to amend Sections 1215-208 and 1215-215 to require the Department of Youth Services to reimburse a county detention facility for housing a child once the child has been ordered to the custody of the Department of Youth Services, and to make non-substantive technical revisions to update the existing code language to current style.
These bills have received a second read and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Judiciary Committee, Senate Bill number 329 receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to campaigns, to provide that during a certain period of time before an election, qualified candidates, principal campaign committees, and party executive committees shall be charged no more than the lowest unit rate charged by a broadcasting station for comparable advertisements. From the Judiciary Committee, Senate Bill 324 receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays. From the Judiciary Committee, Senate Bill number 289 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays. From the Judiciary Committee, Senate Bill number 312 receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes and 1 nay. From the Judiciary Committee, Senate Bill number 317 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President,
Senator Smith.
request the title be read, please.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to crimes and offenses, to add Article 4B of Chapter 6 of Title 13A, commencing with Section 13A 685 to the Code of Alabama 1975, to provide that it is unlawful for a member of the clergy to commit certain sex acts with an individual under 19 years of age or a protected person under 22 years of age under certain circumstances, to provide for penalties, and in connection therewith would have as its purpose or effect the requirement of a new or increased expenditure of local funds within the meaning of Section 111.05 of the Constitution of Alabama. From the Judiciary Committee, Senate Bill number 321 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays.
Yeah. Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to crimes and offenses, to amend sections 122532 Code of Alabama 1975 to further provide for unlawful distribution of a controlled substance, to establish that the unlawful sale of a controlled substance is a violent offense and not subject to the presumptive sentencing guidelines, to amend sections 13A12250 and 13A12270 Code of Alabama to further provide for sentencing enhancements relating to the unlawful distribution of a controlled substance on or near a school campus and within a 3-mile radius of a public housing project, and to add section 13A12211.1 to the Code of Alabama to create the crime of unlawful distribution of marijuana and to create penalties, and to make non-substantive technical revisions to update the existing code language to the current style. From the Judiciary Committee, Senate Bill 227 receives a favorable report by a vote of 7 ayes and 4 nays.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to the Alabama Athletic Commission, to amend section 41.9.1038 to the Code of Alabama 1975 to authorize the Attorney General to bring a civil action for certain violations of the Alabama Unarmed Combat Act, to provide civil fines and criminal penalties for violations, and in connection therewith would have as its purpose or effect the requirement of a new increased expenditure of local funds within the meaning of section 111.05 of the Constitution of Alabama 2022. From the Judiciary Committee, House Bill number 60 receives a favorable report with 2 amendments by a vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Regarding the abuse of adults with disabilities, to add Article 13 to Chapter 6 of Title 13A Code of Alabama to create the Alabama Adults with Disabilities Protection Act, to create the crimes of abuse and neglect of an adult with a disability in the first, second, or third degrees and financial exploitation of an adult with a disability in the first, second, and third degrees, to provide criminal penalties, to establish a statute of limitation, and in connection therewith would have as its purpose or effect the requirements of a new or increased expenditure of local funds within the meaning of section 111.05 of the Constitution of Alabama.
Hey, Senator Wayne.
From the Judiciary Committee, House Bill number 172 receives a favorable report with 1 amendment by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
All right, read the title.
relating to elections to provide that the distribution of materially deceptive media in an attempt to influence an upcoming election is a crime, to authorize certain parties to seek permanent injunctive relief against anyone who distributes materially deceptive media in an attempt to influence an upcoming election, to provide definitions and in connection therewith would have as its purpose or effect the requirement of a new or increased expenditure of local funds within the meaning of Section 111.05 of the Constitution of Alabama 2022. From the Judiciary Committee, Senate Bill number 304 receives a favorable report by a vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to mandatory supervised release of defendants, to amend sections 1522-26.2 Code of Alabama 1975 to further provide for the revocation of a sentence of a defendant released pursuant to mandatory supervision, to provide that a defendant who violates terms of his or her parole or probation must serve a period of time before being released pursuant to mandatory supervision, and to provide that a defendant may waive being released from the Department of Corrections custody pursuant to mandatory supervised release. From the Committee on State Governmental Affairs, House Bill number 229 receives a favorable report by a vote of 6 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Regarding state symbols, to designate little blue stem as the official state native grass.
These bills need a second read to be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From Education Policy, House Bill number 351 receives a favorable report by a vote of 6 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to law enforcement officers, to amend section 1647.11, 362149 Code of Alabama to further provide for the authority of the University of Alabama System police officers, to further provide for agreements between law enforcement agencies, and to make non-substantive technical revisions to update existing code language to the current style. From Education Policy, Senate Bill 311 receives a favorable report by a vote of 6 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, we request the title being read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to public education and the school report card, to exclude the academic achievement of any student who transfers into a public school from a non-public school from being considered in assigning the annual grade to a school or school district for the first 3 years of enrollment of the transferring student. From Education Policy, Senate Bill 165 receives a favorable report with substitute by a vote of 6 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to public education, to amend section 16114 to provide a uniform system of procedural due process protections for student facing suspension or expulsion for violating the Student Code of Conduct or state law, and to require the State Board of Education to adopt rules to implement this act. From Education Policy, House Bill number 330 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 6 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. New President, I request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to institutions of higher education, to require public and private institutions of higher education to annually provide certain reports relating to funding received from foreign countries of concern, including certain entities and individuals associated with those countries, and to provide exceptions and to define foreign countries of concern. From Education Policy, House Bill number 188 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 6 ayes and no nays.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Regarding public education, to amend section 1614 to provide a uniform system of procedural due process protections for students facing long-term suspension or expulsion for violating the Student Code of Conduct or state law.
These bills have received their second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, Senate Bill 180 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to the Alabama Plumbers and Gas Fitters Examining Board, to increase the compensation of board members, to provide for the transfer of a portion of each registration and certification fee annually to the nonprofit Alabama Home Builders Foundation for training and educational programs, and to permit certified plumbers, gas fitters, and medical gas piping fitters deemed qualified by the board to perform certain limited electrical work required to energize equipment being installed, serviced, or repaired on one-family and two-family dwellings. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, House Bill number 307 receives a favorable report by vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
Secretary, please read the title.
Relating to emergency telephone services, to amend Section 1198-4 to further provide for local 911 districts by permitting 2 or more districts to enter contracts to jointly provide services, to provide requirements for contracts to jointly provide services, and to delete duplicative language and make non-substantive technical revisions to update the existing code language to the current style. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, House Bill number 350 receives a favorable report by vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, please read the title.
To create the Alabama Uniform Commercial Real Estate Receivership Act, to establish uniform requirements and the authority of a receiver appointed by a court for the management of commercial real estate during certain matters pending before the court, to provide definitions, to provide for notice and an opportunity for a hearing, to provide for scope and exclusions, to provide for the power of the courts, to provide for the appointment of a receiver, for disqualification from appointment as a receiver, and the disclosure of any interest, to provide for bond and alternative security, to provide for the status of a receiver as a lien creditor, to provide for the creating of a security agreement covering alter required property, to provide for the collection and turnover of receivership of property, to provide for the powers and duties of the receiver, to provide for the duties of the owner of the mortgager, to provide for the use or stay of other actions and an injunction to provide for the engagement and compensation of other professionals, to provide for the use or transfer of receivership property not in the ordinary course of business, to provide for the creation of an executory contract, to provide for defense and immunities of the receiver and for an interim report of the receiver, to provide for the notice of appointment, claims against the receivership, and the distribution to creditors, to provide for fees and expenses, to provide for the removal of the receiver and the replacement and the termination of the receivership, and to provide for the final report of the receiver and for the discharge of the receiver, and to provide for a receivership in another state and ancillary reporting, to provide an effect of enforcement by a mortgage, to provide for uniformity of application and construction.
These bills have received their second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Committee on Transportation and Energy, House Bill number 375 receives a favorable report by vote of 8 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Regarding vessels, to amend Section 33552, Code of Alabama, to establish the non-resident Alabama Boater Safety Certification, to require non-residents to obtain the certification prior to operating a vessel on the waters of this state, with exceptions, to provide a penalty for violation, and in connection therewith would have as its purpose or effect the requirement of a new or increased expenditure of local funds within the meaning of Section 111.05 of the Constitution of Alabama 2022.
These bills have received their second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Healthcare Committee, Senate Bill 103 receives a favorable report by vote of 12 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to air ambulances, to add Section 2221-279 to the Code of Alabama, to exempt air ambulance services from obtaining a certificate of need in order to operate. From the Committee on Healthcare, House Bill number 232 receives a favorable report by a vote of 12 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to practice of physical therapy, to amend Section 3424-191, 3424-210, as last amended, 2023 regular session, to allow licensed physical therapists, except for patients seeking treatment for work-related injuries, infirmities, diseases, or conditions, to conduct initial screenings of patients for non-work-related injuries, infirmities, diseases, or conditions. To add the definition of physical therapy referrer, to require minimum educational requirements, to provide for limitation on patient visits without a referral from a physical therapy referrer, to specify acts that physical therapist is prohibited from performing, to absolve physical therapy referrers from civil or criminal liability for physical therapy services performed without a referral, to establish minimum professional liability insurance requirements for physical therapists, and to prohibit a physical therapist from referring to himself or herself as a doctor or physician.
These bills have received their second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Committee on Children and Youth Health, House Bill 136 receives a favorable report by a vote of 8 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to child custody, to add Section 3311 to the Code of Alabama 1975 to allow a circuit or district court to issue an ex parte order of protection or restraint on certain circumstances.
These bills have received their second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From Veterans and Military Affairs, House Bill number 56 receives a favorable report by a vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, I request the title to be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to crimes and offenses, to further provide for the information of a law enforcement officer can demand in the course of the officer's official duties and in connection therewith would have as its purpose or effect the requirement of a new or increased expenditure of local funds within the meaning of Section 111.05 of the Constitution of Alabama 2022. From Veterans and Military Affairs, House Bill number 251 receives a favorable report by a vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, I request the title to be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to public education, to prohibit public K-12 schools from taking certain actions regarding dependent children of active duty military parents, and to prohibit public schools from membership in athletic associations that take these same actions. From Veterans and Military Affairs, House Bill number 223 receives a favorable report by a vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, request the title to be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to firefighters, to amend Section 1143-144, 363040, and 363041 to further provide for disability and death benefits for firefighters, to add Parkinson's disease to the list of firefighters' occupational diseases, to provide a qualifying standard, and to delete duplicative language and make non-substantive technical revisions to update the existing code language to the current style.
These bills have received their second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Committee on Local Legislation, Senate Bill number 216 receives a favorable report.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Regarding any Class 3 municipality organized under Act 618 of 1973 regular session providing for the mayor-council form of government in certain municipalities having a certain population according to the 1970 or any subsequent federal decennial census, to amend sections 4551A 33.54 Code of Alabama to further provide for the salary and expense allowance of the city council and the mayor. From local legislation, Senate Bill 316 receives a favorable report. From local legislation, Senate Bill 215 receives a favorable report.
Mr. President, ask for the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to any Class 3 municipality organized under Act 618 of the 1973 regular session providing for the mayor-council form of government in certain municipalities having a certain population according to the 1970 or subsequent federal decennial census, to amend sections 4551A 33.56 relating to the powers of the city council, and to add sections 4551A 33.95 of the Code of Alabama relating to the powers of the mayor, to provide that the mayor would appoint the members of any city airport authority, to provide that the appointments by the mayor would be subject to confirmation by the city council, and to provide that this act would apply to vacancies after the effective date of this act. From local legislation, House Bill number 416 receives a favorable report.
President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Coffee County to provide for the collection of an additional motor vehicle license and registration fee on each motor vehicle license and registration or renewal of any vehicle in the county, and to provide for distribution of the proceeds from the fees of the general fund to be used by the Sheriff's Office and the Office of the District Attorney. From local legislation, House Bill 353 receives a favorable report.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Colbert County to authorize the County Board of Education and the Muscle Shoals, Sheffield, and Tuscumbia City School Boards of Education to insure school buildings and property under their jurisdiction either through the state insurance fund or with private insurance companies. From local legislation, House Bill 397 receives a favorable report.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to DeKalb County to amend sections 4525-250 to further provide for the distribution of funds accruing from certain filing and recording fees accruing to the county. From local legislation, House Bill number 398 receives a favorable report.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to DeKalb County to amend section 452560 Code of Alabama 1975 to further provide for an expense allowance for the coroner and to amend sections 4525-230.01 Code of Alabama 1975 to further provide for the salary and expense allowance for the sheriff. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 428 receives a favorable report.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Henry County to authorize the Henry County Commission to require permits prior to any person or entity conducting outside events for which an admission fee is charged, to require applications and a permit fee, to specify certain requirements on the application, and to provide for ordinance by the county for the commission authorizing the closure of the events and the assessment of civil fines and due process hearings. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 429 receives a favorable report. From local legislation, House Bill number 287 receives a favorable report.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Montgomery County and the City of Montgomery to authorize the establishment of a separate personnel merit system and a separate human resources department for the county and for the city, to provide for separate personnel appeals boards for each separate personnel merit system, to provide for the transfer of existing employees to the appropriate system, to provide for the adoption of rules and procedures for each system, to provide for the transfer of property and records, and to provide for the repeal of sections 4551A 32.110 to 4551A 32.127 inclusive, Code of Alabama 1975, effective January 1, 2025. From local legislation, House Bill number 288 receives a favorable report.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Montgomery County and municipalities in the county having a population of 5,000 people or more, according to the most recent or any subsequent federal census, to amend section 4551A 32.113 Code of Alabama 1975, establishing a countywide personnel system to provide that certain municipal employees are members of the exempt service of the municipality.
These bills have received a second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Committee on Jefferson County Local Legislation, Senate Bill number 166 receives a favorable report.
These bills have received their second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. This concludes committee reports. Now move on to motions and resolutions.
Mr. President,
Senator Albritton.
I have a joint resolution I'd like to present.
Desk will read and receive the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 58 by Senator Albritton establishing the Alabama Blockchain Study Commission.
Mr. President.
Senator Albritton.
This comes to us from the Alabama Securities Commission to do a study commission on blockchain and also cryptocurrencies as established, and I'd move that we suspend the rules so we have immediate consideration.
Is there any objection? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it.
Then do we need to move to adopt? Yeah, move to adopt the resolution. We already got it? All right.
All right,
What
you're
else?
good.
Am I done? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Albritton.
Oh, y'all don't like me? Over here?
Senator Williams, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I got SJR.
Our desk will read and receive the SJR.
Senate Joint Resolution number 59 by Senator Williams, naming the bridge on Alabama State Highway Route 158 that spans McCrary Road in Mobile County, Alabama, the William Bill Stuckey Memorial Bridge.
You want to send the rules? All right.
Senate Joint Resolution number 59 is referred to the Committee on Rules.
Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have a resolution that I'd like to present to the desk.
Desk will read and receive the resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Reed. Any other motions and resolutions? Secretary, call the first bill in the special order calendar.
Page 22 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 224 by Senators Elliott and others regarding the Office of Occupational and Professional Licensing. BR pending.
Senator Elliott.
Okay. Mr. President.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Okay. This bill deals with occupational licensing boards, and I wanted to come and present this, and I've got some other documents I'll bring up before too long here and talk with my colleague about what we're doing here. I understand that there may be some further questions on this that we may need to discuss prior to moving this legislation forward on the floor. And so recognizing that, I will likely end up making a motion to carry this bill over. But prior to doing that, I would like to discuss why the legislation is necessary and why so many have put so much time, energy, and effort into getting us to this point. And so, members, I will start with that explanation and then move into a little bit of the meat of the bill. In Alabama, we have created an awful lot of boards that govern all kinds of occupational licensing. Everything from professional licenses that deal with doctors and lawyers and architects and engineers, right down to those that deal with bail bondsmen and security system installers and interior design. Do when this body created those boards is give them any help or any guidance or any administrative assistance at all. What we did was we said, congratulations, you're a board, you volunteered to be a board member, and good luck to you. And we sent them on their way. And so these volunteer board members go out and they try to figure out how they're going to govern themselves, many of whom have no experience in government at all. And so they try to organize themselves. They try to figure out how in the world we're going to operate, who's going to handle the administrative functions of the board, the purchasing, the procurement, the public meeting notices, the investigatory responsibilities, the licensing, processing, setting of the fees, the recording of the minutes, all of which can get pretty cumbersome. And again, these folks oftentimes have no government experience, and they are volunteers in and of themselves, well-meaning, every one of them, so that they can bring a level of professionalism to their particular occupation. So these folks go out here to do this, and they find that they don't have the license revenue to really establish their own staff. There's not enough of them, not enough midwives, not enough auctioneers to have their own state agency. And so they go and they find somebody that's plying their services out there, and all too often they end up with some kind of backroom, back alley administrative services company that purports to provide the administrative services for the boards. And then what we do to these poor folks that we've set up as these volunteer boards out there, then we send our examiner of public accounts off to them to check and see how they're doing running their agency. These volunteers that we've given no money to, no training to, no support to, and we send our examiners out there to see how they're doing with these public funds. And what do we find? We find that they're not doing so well. And how could you blame them? We didn't give them any help. We didn't say you can be a regulatory board and, oh, by the way, here's the administrative function of this state that's going to help you do that. We've set you up essentially as a state agency. We've left you out in the darkness to fend for yourself. And then we're going to come hit you over the head with significant issue after significant issue, drag you in front of a sunset committee, and embarrass you. And that's what we do. In the case of the Board of Auctioneers, we embarrass them because we say their administrative company made 59 payments to the administrative company that they hired that were improper. To the Professional Bail Bondsman Board, we say you made 18 payments to the very administrative company you hired that were improper. Significant findings of these boards, 27 pages of significant findings of these boards that our examiners of public accounts have found that they've done improper things. These volunteers that we sent out there without the administrative support to support them. These are not my findings. There's more of these over here. My cup runneth over on the way up here, and I wasn't able to carry all of the significant findings. But I'll run through some of the big ones. Commingling of funds. We're going to take the money from this. We're going to take the money from this board and we're going to put it in this board's account, and then we're going to take that board's money that was supposed to be in this board's account and we're going to pay the bills for that board with it. What a mess. Then we're going to trap them in these contracts with these private folks, because we didn't give them any help, that have these automatic escalation clauses in them. And they don't have anywhere else to go. They got to sign off on it. And so what do our licensees see? What do our constituents see? They see increases in license costs. What do they see? They see increases in fines. And that one really bothers me. So you've got this administrative company that's out there with a profit motive because we don't give these guys the support they need as a state. And you see that the board's budget is somehow or another 2, 3, maybe even 4 times what the license fees are. Now think about this, guys, for just a second. Your license fees are the revenues that the board takes in, right? How can your budget be 2, 3, 4 times the license fees? So my colleague, Chairman Roberts of the Contract Review Committee, and I have been asking these questions, and do you know what the answer is? Fines. You have to fine them in order to meet your budget. Now, we've heard about these small town police forces, right, that get out there and they write tickets in order to make the budget work. Well, this is exactly what we're doing here. We have created an entire cottage industry that, in my opinion, preys on the very licensees they purport to serve. And it's all because we haven't done our job in providing them with the most basic of administrative help. We've seen other issues where boards have been issuing licenses that do not exist in code. They have broken the law. We have seen boards that have failed to cooperate with law enforcement on serious issues of human trafficking. Again, we've seen issues of levying excessive fines to boards over and over again from boards to meet the financial obligations of the very administrative companies that they have contracted to serve them. And most atrociously, in my opinion, when we talk about workforce development and getting more people into the workforce, we see boards that stifle competition, that keep our constituents from going to work because these folks don't want any more competition in their particular market. This legislation establishes the Office of Occupational and Professional Licensing within the Department of Labor, which is probably about to be called the Department of Workforce and Labor.
Time's up on the BIR. Secretary called the roll.
Mr. President, point of order.
You're recognized for point of order.
I haven't heard any motion yet for BIR. You can pull the record journal to see if I'm wrong, but I haven't heard any motion. That's fine. I'm glad you was explaining. So this is not about what you were doing, but we started explaining. Because on that motion, I was going to ask to speak.
The Secretary's informed me that it's 10 minutes on the BIR, regardless of whether or not the motion was made.
We just walk up and the BIR automatic starts. Somebody's got to make a motion. No, somebody's got to show me in the rules, please. I'm requesting a ruling.
Call the roll.
You gonna call the roll before I get a ruling on my request?
The ruling is we call the roll, and the Secretary's gonna get you the rule.
I'm talking about the ruling before. I know the procedures. You just
Mr. Albrecht.
Is that the way it go? Okay, fine. That's fine.
Mr. Allen.
The dynamics, I guess, just changed then. Okay, that's
Mr.
fine.
Barfoot. Mr. Beasley.
Okay.
Mr. Bell.
Fine with me.
Mr. Butler. Mr. Conley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott.
Aye.
Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
25 ayes, 5 nays, BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 22 of the calendar, Senate Bill 224 by Senators Elliott and Gudger regarding the Office of Occupational and Professional Licensing. Committee amendment pending.
Senator Elliott.
Mr. President, I want to make sure that I reiterate, we got caught in a parliamentary issue there, but I want to make sure I reiterate it is my intention to carry this bill over and to continue conversation on this bill prior to asking for its passage. So I want to make sure I reiterate that now. I am not intending to move this bill today. We got snagged in a parliamentary issue there. I appreciate the members' vote, but my intention is to carry this bill over.
At the proper time, I'd like to be recognized.
Yeah, all right. You're recognized, Senator Smithman.
Senator, thank you for clarifying yourself, and I don't plan to interfere with what you're doing now with talking, because I'm hearing you saying you want to explain that, and I'm gonna do that. But I still may request to do a little talking because I don't appreciate what happened. I mean, that was simple. I just asked for it to be read. I didn't even challenge it, and I can't get a reading before we start voting. And I asked for a point of order. It's proper Robert's rules to do, and so I'm disturbed by that because that's an indirect way of trying to run over me. And it's not your fault. You had nothing to do with this. But I mean, it is what it is. So I accept that. But then I'm not feeling good inside. Let me just say that right now. It ain't about what we hear now. This is a whole different issue. But I'll yield back to you and let you continue to do what you're doing.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President.
Yeah, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. We had talked about a lot of the issues.
I don't want to leave from this mic. I might get zapped or something. I might get zapped the way that was. If I leave this mic, something may happen in there. Next thing I know, something gonna happen up here.
I'm not gonna let that happen. Yeah.
Senator, I'm not gonna let that happen either. Okay, back on the bill, if we can. We've talked that we're asking. These up here are the reports prepared by the Alabama Department of Examiners of Public Accounts, the audits for the Sunset Committee under the very capable leadership in the Senate of Senator Barfoot. And we look through these reports. I don't serve on Sunset, and I think many are glad of that. But we look through these reports to see what's happening, what the problems are. And so these are each individual reports of the boards that are contained in the bill. What I'd like to also point, and some members have already grabbed copies of these are the summations of those significant findings. So instead of sifting through all of these, our capable staff has already done that and sifted through. And so if anybody's interested in what kind of findings and problems I'm seeing, there are copies of that here. Members, we've had 2 public hearings on this legislation, one of which involved a lively Zoom call and participation. We've talked about it in both caucuses, and we're talking about it here on the floor, and we're going to have further discussion about it. My goal is to make sure that these boards have the administrative help that they need to not get, to use my colleague's term, zapped when they've tried to just do their job and have failed in some ministerial task. Now, it's important, since this bill originated at some 520 pages long, it was pretty sporting, that there was a significant amendment made in committee. And that amendment took out about half of the boards that were under the purview of this legislation. And in the many charts and graphs and Excel spreadsheets that I've sent to members, there was essentially a phase 2 and a phase 1 implementation. And so the committee amendment it's about 4 or 5 pages long in and of itself, simply took out the phase 2 portion of the implementation, leaving only the phase 1. And the delineating factor there is essentially the ones that remain in the bill are managed by these third-party entities who operate as if they are the state of Alabama and under the authority of the state of Alabama. And it leaves out any of those other boards that have state employees that are operating. Make no mistake about it, the vast majority of the findings that the Examiner of Public Accounts has found come from these boards that are administered by these third-party, for-profit folks that are, frankly, if you look at the reports from the Examiner, are mismanaging them. But I think it's worth saying, for the record and on the record, who's still included in this legislation, and that is the Board of Examiners of Assisted Living Administrators. That one in particular gets me because at contract review just last week, the third-party administrator of that board showed up 53 minutes late to present the contract for their legal counsel. And so the entire contract will have to be resubmitted. Sorry, these rattle off as I go through them. The Alabama Athletic Commission, the Alabama Board of Athletic Trainers, the State Board of Auctioneers, the Professional Bail Bonding Board, the Behavioral Analyst Licensing Board, the Board of Examiners and Counseling, the Board of Electrical Contractors. You know, we just had a bill came up from the House just a second ago that's from the HVAC and Plumber Board that's kind of in this feud with the Electrical Board, because when you get your condensing unit replaced on the outside of your house, you have this kind of protection thing going on, an anti-competition thing going on, where the homeowners all of a sudden, and probably because of the actions of this private administrator, is demanding that an electrician also come out and hook up your HVAC because they won't let the guy plug in 2 wires. Anyway, you see where I'm going with this. The Alabama Electronic Security Board of Licensures, the State Board of Genetic Counseling, the Alabama Board of Licensure for Professional Geologists, the Home Medical Equipment Board, the Alabama Board of Registered Interior Designers, Board of Interpreters and Transliterators, the Board of Licensure for Examiners and Landscape Architects, the Board of Examiners in Marriage and Family Therapy, the Alabama Board of Massage Therapy. And if you hadn't got an earful about what's going on with the Alabama Massage Therapy Board, you hadn't been paying attention. The State Board of Midwifery, one of the most well-meaning boards out there. It's a great example of why we need this bill. These poor folks don't have enough license to really even contract with somebody to do the bad job that's being done by some of these administrators. And so they're trying to do it themselves out of their house. No support from the state. Board optometry, podiatry, private investigators, prosthesis and orthotics, security regulatory board. And then we moved the Sickle Cell Oversight and Regulatory Board over to the Alabama Department of Public Health, because that is a public health function, to give them the help that they need to run that board. And same thing with the Alabama Dry Cleaning Environmental Response Trust Fund Advisory Board that we're moving over to the Alabama Department of Environmental Management. And all of this has been done in concert and conjunction with the governor's office as a result of a commission that she had called and I'll read from the final report of the Governor's Study Group on Efficiency in State Government. And those of y'all that were in committee listened to State Treasurer Young Boozer, who chaired that study group, testify in favor of this legislation. And so the Governor's Study Group, the Sunset Committee's reviews, the Contract Review Committee's reviews of these boards, and my own experience with these boards have led me to say, we need to provide these folks with more professional assistance so that we are not setting them up for failure. And the failure I'm talking about is what's happening with the Massage Therapy Board right now, because this body has already passed a sunset bill that dissolves the board altogether. You're doing such a bad job that we're going to dissolve you. And I feel that that's a nuclear option, and one that doesn't necessarily do the best thing for the licensees. Let's just give them the help that they need. One of my colleagues from Jefferson County during the committee hearing said, Senator, why don't we just give them the help they need? That is exactly what I am trying to do here. Instead, unfortunately, what we have been left with is this mess. And it's on us. We've asked these people to volunteer their time to regulate their own trade, and we leave them with a mess. It's Thursday afternoon. It's 1:26. I don't want to go on about this, but I can. I will tell my colleagues I have been as open and transparent as I know to be on this. I will talk about this with any of you as long as you want. I promise you, you will get tired of it before I do. I am passionate about making our government more efficient and making our government work better for the citizens of the state of Alabama. And I am telling you, we are doing these folks a disservice. What I have in front of you as far as a piece of legislation goes only affects the administrative functions of these boards. It does not affect the boards. It does not affect the volunteers that give of their time to regulate their profession. It instead tries to provide them with the administrative functions that they need in order to be successful. And so at this point, I will say once again, I am open, willing, ready, and able to continue to talk to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle about this issue. I understand this is boring. I understand this is weighty, and I understand you are getting calls from home. But it is important to me that we do this. Small business owners, and this is an issue that y'all know, when I get a handle on something, I'm not letting go. Before I stop, I wanted to make sure I said thank you to the governor's legal counsel and his team who's worked very hard on this, and our LSA staff, in particular, that lady right over there in the corner who has spent nights and weekends taking time on her own, I'm sure, to try to compile this, and has done good work, and we are going to continue to go. Mr. President, I see my colleague across the way, and I'd like to yield to him at this time.
All right, Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, Senator, I want to say thank you for the work on this, not only on the booklets through the sunset that you've got up here to your right, that's on the diocese, but all of the time, the explaining, all of everything you've had to go through to pull all this information together, including with the examiner's office, with LSA, pulling the numbers, doing everything you had to do. This is much, much needed. There are a lot of different agencies and boards and commissions that represent the state, and the occupants and the people that have an occupation in this state have to get a license from those particular agencies, boards, and commissions, and it's an arm of the state. But it's not, right? Because they're not here. They're doing what they think is best, but they can also have corruption in those boards, agencies, and do whatever they want to and change their bylaws. And not to say that every board is that way, right? Not to say that there's some great people that are out there doing exactly what they need to do, and we really don't want to touch them. But the ones that are not, and that are not representing the state in a positive manner, that can't handle the workload, that is not doing what they need to with the financial, are giving, see if they have excess of financial savings in their account, giving it back to the people that are doing the license or giving them training back on there. We went through this process through Sunset, and it was eye-opening. There was a few boards, obviously, that I've had some issues with. People throughout the state know it at this point, but it was the right thing to do to be able to bring these boards, and for the first time in a long time, we had to sunset a board. That particular board, in my opinion, needed to be sunset. Now we're having to go through this, but as we go through the examiner's significant finding reports that you've got up here, there are other boards that we need to be looking at and making sure that they're on point. The greatest thing that I believe, if you're carrying this bill over, has done is it's opened everyone's eyes. They know that the legislature is watching them now, and how they handle people, how they handle the incoming messages and communication back out to the licensees that are trying to get licensed. And if we're trying to make this an easy to work state, then these boards and commissions and agencies are going to have to come on board to do the same thing. I applaud you. I appreciate everything you've put into this, and it has been a lot of work on top of sunset. And so just from where I stand, thank you for everything you've done. Appreciate everything you've done, and to get to where we are today, I'm not expecting you to ever give up because I know you too well, and so I'm pretty sure we'll see this again, but I just wanted to tell you thank you from where I stand.
Thank you, Senator. And you know, we've heard in Contract Review Committee and other places, you know, these board chairmen oftentimes that will come up and say, and this is all on the record, it's not something, I mean, you can go watch it on YouTube, where they say, I wish I had another option. This you know, back alley administrator is really the only option I have. I don't have enough money to hire somebody else. I don't have the money to hire staff or a state employee. This is the only option I've got. And we're failing those people because we doom them to embarrassment when we come back in and show what a mess this is. And we've got to do better. Mr. President, I'd like to yield to my colleague.
Mr. President.
All right, Senator Roberts.
First of all, Senator Elliott, the amount of hours that you have spent pulling this together in collaboration with many colleagues is to be applauded. This indeed is a problem. Mr. President, we have worked on this from contract review through sunset, through everything else. And this is a start. Many in government have looked at this, and this is a mousetrap to get started on trying to do something right. No one's trying to expand government. We are trying to help our constituents. And so I just want to commend Senator Elliott for the work that he's done. And I know each different group thinks, well, not us, go everyone else. It's a hard call, Senator, and I just appreciate the work you've done here.
Thank you, Senator, for your comments. And as I wind this down and we get to the rest of this calendar, I just want to make sure I reiterate to my colleagues, if you have an issue, please come talk to me about this. It is my intention to continue to pursue this legislation for the benefit of all of our constituents and the licensees and the workforce that is out there going and working every day and trying to keep, you know, those that purport to represent the government as honest as possible. And so I will continue to try to work with y'all to answer your questions, explain the legislation, and make changes if and where they are necessary. Mr. President, I'd like to yield to my colleague.
All right, Senator Smotherman.
Thank you, Senator. What I would like to do is to, between now and when we come back Tuesday, is to get with legislative reference and then get a complete analysis of it. And then at that point, I'd be glad to sit down and talk with you. And then we'll see, we'll see how that addresses what you're saying and my concerns on the other end. But I'll commit to you to do that. I'm not just up here just to quote, try to kill a bill. I'll be glad to sit down once I can get them. And before I leave today, I'll make that request. So if they're able to do it, I'm sure they can email it to me before we get here, and then whatever, those concerns, that if that sticks specifically those narrow concerns, then I'll get with you and we'll make time, okay?
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, sir.
I'm looking forward to it. That lady behind you is one of the smartest women running around in this building, and I am sure she'll be happy to talk with you about it.
Okay.
And I thank thank you for your willingness to spend time on this topic. It's not exciting. It's not headline catching. It's just good government. It's just good work for our constituents so that they can operate their small business.
Okay.
And At this time, Mr. President, I would move to carry this bill over.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Senate Bill 224 is carried over. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
Page 5 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 139.
Mr. President.
Senator Gudger.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to use previous role to move the BIR. We have a good, yeah.
Need a good roll.
Maybe using short roll, Mr.
We need a good roll.
Yeah.
We need,
Yes, with the roll.
need a long roll.
With the long roll, I'm sorry.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bill. Mr. Butler. Mr. Conley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Check with Reed. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Miss Weaver. Mr. Williams.
All right, 29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Page 5 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 139 by Senator Gudger, relating to the Alabama Board of Cosmetology and Barbering.
Mr. President.
Senator Gudger.
Thank you. This is their common sunset bill. There really wasn't any significant findings on this. This is continuing this particular board for cosmetology and barbering until October 1st, 2028. And so I'd like to make final motion for adoption unless my colleague across the way has anything to say.
All right.
Using previous role.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 139 passes. Thanks, Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
Page 1 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 92 by Senator Weaver regarding sex-based terms. BR pending.
Senator Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is a companion bill to this that has passed the House that's set to be in committee next week. And I've been working collaboratively with Representative Dubose, and right now mine has several amendments. One we're still working on, and I'm trying to make sure that all the information is in it that we need. So with that, I'm going to ask that we carry this bill over, and then when hers comes out of committee, that we would then work her version as it comes up.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Senate Bill 92 is carried over. Thanks, Senator Weaver. Secretary, call the next bill on the calendar.
Page 33 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 270 by Senator Orr regarding public records. Yes, sir. BR pending.
Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move adoption of the BR using the previous role.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The EPR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Page 33 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 270 by Senator Orr regarding public records.
Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a agreed upon substitute.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the substitute, please.
Substitute for Senate Bill 270 by Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Look at my big file on public records. I hope you all are impressed. They're not as impressive as this work product, but this has been a long time coming. And I think, excuse me, not to be too optimistic in this very optimistic building, but not to be too optimistic, I think we've got a substitute here that makes everybody happy. Now you're not making me happy if you're over there, so we'll see what you have to say. Let me tell you what about the bill. You know, this is our open records bill. Right now, under current law, it's the Wild West. We don't have timelines for governments or universities to respond in due time. So what the original bill does, and then I'll talk about substitute, you have a 10-day acknowledgement after the receipt of the request, and then you can fulfill the request, you can deny the request, or you can say, hey, you've asked for too much here, and I guess exception to all this is, and I'm reading as it is found in the bill, where it says a public officer, and that's the person receiving these requests, shall not be obligated to respond to a public records request that is vague, ambiguous, or overly broad or unreasonable in scope. In other words, these poor folks in the county courthouse or city hall or the university or somewhere, they get some wild requests for documents. Some of them come from people wanting to make money off of government documents, where they're in a business of having the documents available, and then they on the internet, and they charge you to access them. We get requests for reams and reams of documents, and to the defense of those that have to comply with these requests, then it is important that if it is vague, ambiguous, or overly broad, I want everything on this, and it's boxes and boxes and boxes and unreasonable in scope, that they say, I'm not responding to that request for 10 bankers boxes of something just for some guy in California. And I say California, you have to be an Alabama citizen to even to be able to request records and receive compliance under this statute. Now, the substitute, what does it do? We wanted to make clear that the public officer was not required to charge fees for requests, but it is an option for time-intensive ask. And also we also heard and wanted to make clear that there would be no grounds for presumptive denial if the public officer was communicating, negotiating good faith with the citizen making the request. So in other words, if there's a dialogue going on, it just wasn't summarily denied just because some government official did not want to give up one piece of paper, and they're talking about, well, I'm short-staffed today, I'm down a couple of people, that may be the week after next, then the clock doesn't start ticking with the timing. So I'll withhold my motion on my brilliant substitute unless the gentleman wants me to go ahead and move it, and we'll get on the bill itself.
No objection.
He says no objection, so Mr. President, if there's no objection, I'd like to move to adopt the substitute, please.
All right, using previous roll?
Using the previous roll, thank
Any
you.
objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Orr substitute's adopted. All right, Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. This time I'd yield for questions and very informative comments.
All right, Senator Barfoot.
Not sure how informative my comments will be, but I do have questions, and I just want to make some sure. First of all,
appreciate your diligence in continuing to, have some transparency. That's a word that gets thrown around a lot sometimes, but transparency in government, I'm appreciative of that. I just want to make sure, let me lay out a scenario that I know exists, and I just want to make sure that your bill kind of gives some cover to entities that may be the recipients of those requests.
Before you ask that brilliant question, I just want to say something, and I know you've got your own mind, your own take on things, but to my knowledge, all county governments, city governments, colleges and universities, and the executive branch have read, blessed, touched, felt, and approved the substitute. So
I've heard that. I've heard that as well. So we've got a situation in District 25 where there was a volunteer fire department authority that was sued by a landowner, adjacent landowner, but over the purchase of some property in proximity to both the existing fire department facility and the next door neighbor there. And that litigation has gone on for a while, resolved, and now it's back in court. And so that aside, during the last 5 years or more, there have been numerous requests, harassing requests. And even to the extent of, it's a volunteer fire department, there are 3 or 4 paid members there, which includes an assistant, a lady who handles the financing, the books, the paperwork and all, to where she had become really overwhelmed. And when I say request, it was, I want something very specific, right? To where it may take days to dig up a specific request, or something so voluminous that it would take weeks to even gather that information from years before, even before maybe she was even there. So I'm just looking for some assurances that what you've got there will help protect those folks from harassing requests over and over, so specific that it's like finding a needle in a haystack, or so broad that you'd have to back up an 18-wheeler, pardon the pun, to get those requests.
Right. So I would say several things, and I touched on this. We have the frivolous request part, which is something that's overly broad and overly time consuming. I would say this, if it's voluminous, and a lot of it, I think there's a denial is in order if it's not specific. And then on the other hand, you said in the first part of that kind of scenario, it was specific, but it was going to take days and days to find. And that's where you get into charging a reasonable search for retention, or search fee for the document, which is allowed.
And as I understand it, this bill actually may protect or help those folks that I'm talking about. For instance, the Fire Protection Authority in that example that I gave, because now there is some reasonableness about what's expected. There's some rules there.
Yes.
There's an opportunity to say, here's why we can't provide you with what you want. Is that correct?
Correct. It will take Bobby or Mary Jane or whomever the secretary or the assistant there is, 2 days to go through 42 boxes to find this piece of paper, and they're not going to be doing their regular job. We're going to need $200 or whatever to pay for that retention, to be able to pull that back and to find that particular piece of paper in those 42 boxes.
I don't know if it's contemplated in there, and I haven't seen the substitute. I understand. I think I understand what's in the sub, but if that entity had to hire somebody to accomplish that goal, would that be a reasonable cost that could be put to the requesting party?
It's kind of 6 1 half dozen.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
You had to get a contractor or some high school kid to find that document.
Yeah.
The requester would have to do that.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Getting all this worked out.
And they do have to fill out a form. So, there's a form in the substitute that is here that kind of lays out. So at least you're not getting it on the back of a napkin, back of an envelope. And those kind of crazy things come because...
Or an email warrior at 12 o'clock at night, I want these 10 things.
Exactly.
So,
exactly.
Okay.
So trying to bring some sanity, but as you said, the word transparency, some improved transparency with some timelines. That's mainly what this is about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator Kelly.
Senator Orr, would you help me understand a little bit when the public records? I know at one point the legislation, if I'm not mistaken, that included body cam footage.
This does not.
This does not.
No.
So
This does not include body cam. That is another area, to my knowledge. It would not include.
So this
somebody on high wants to confirm that, but I do not believe this includes. The bill doesn't mention. It does mention investigative records, but I do not believe it includes body cams.
I had a call just a few minutes ago from a police chief that was very concerned about the body cam footage as being viewed as public record.
Well, under a pending investigation, I don't think the press can get an investigative record, but if it's an old one, it might be available from an old case.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm informed I'm correct. Does not include body cams. And I think we passed something on that a year or two ago.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
On that issue.
Thanks, Senator Kelly. Senator Singleton. Oh, all right. Senator Orr.
All right, Mr. President, this time I'd move third reading using the previous roll if there's no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 270 passes. Thanks,
Thank you,
Senator Orr.
members.
Secretary, call next bill.
Page 37 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 94 by Senator Carnley regarding taxation. BR pending.
Senator Carnley.
Mr. President, request adopt the BIR using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Page 37 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 94 by Senator Carnley relating to taxation. Committee amendment pending.
Senator Carnley.
Yes, Mr. President, this is a request to exempt the sale of the byproducts, input, supplies from honeybees from sales tax.
Mr. President.
Senator Singleton.
So you want to exempt the products, sales of the product? Exempt the taxes on the sale
on the purchase of the supplies, like if they're like the bee boxes, the combs, and supplies like that they would purchase for their operation would be sales tax exempt.
So if the bee doing all the work, what the bee get? You get everybody else a break but the bee.
The satisfaction of providing that sweet, delicious honey that we all get to partake of.
How are you going to give the bee the satisfaction when the bee is the only one who can produce it?
Just have to tell them thank you when we see them, you know.
So what you going to do, either capture them and kill them or something?
Maybe could we make them like the state insect or something since we're
everybody, we got state grass, state liquor, state whatever.
And, yeah, I mean, maybe we just call them the state insect and recognize the honeybees. What kind?
The honeybee get to work, help produce pollen, help to produce and come back and then produce honey. And all that work that the honeybee does, then you're going to go and give somebody a tax break off the product you could sell their product and they ain't going to get nothing from it. The honeybee just going to work.
Well, we hope that this will encourage more people to get into the honeybee business and really promote.
So you can work the honeybee some more.
A little bit more. Yeah. They hard workers, though. They do a good job.
That sounds like modern day slavery, man.
No, we ain't doing that. We want to recognize them. We appreciate their hard work.
Be already tax exempt.
I got a question. Not the honey. The honeybees are, yeah.
So I was told. Now I'm sure that the good gentleman from Coleman would not want you taxing his honeybees.
No, there are certain honeybees that we need to make sure are protected.
Okay.
And, you know, they've definitely are an asset to this state, and they have proven to really be entertainment, to really.
They can buzz.
They can do that. They can really show out, show moves.
I got you.
And we're appreciative of what they represent, and I think you're familiar with some honeybees.
I am very much. I'm from the horny nest.
I'm new to this and I don't understand a lot, but if I had the knowledge, I would change the name of this bill to the Bobby Singleton bill.
No, little Bobby wouldn't like that.
I just want to recognize your efforts in the honeybee.
Now, I just want to understand how you gonna allow everybody else to be tax exempt, and the bee who does all the work doesn't get anything for her work.
Yeah. We'd have to figure out that part.
Can you at least build them a nice honeycomb to where they can be housed at and not be outside in the weather?
Well, that's what this is. So the boxes that you buy, they're protected. They put sugar water in there, so when they don't have pollen to go and bring back to generate to get the energy.
So we get we get some artificial honey now.
Not artificial.
Where's Jack with the bill on that with that meat that folk? Senator Williams, I want you to do a bill on imitation honey, okay? As a commissioner of agriculture, we're not going to have this imitation honey. We need the honeybee to be able to produce freely as honeybees does. We don't need all that other stuff.
Well, if we didn't, they wouldn't survive in the wintertime because there's not enough natural pollen out there to keep them going. And so then they would lose energy and then they would just die. So
here in Alabama, we don't get that cold around here.
Well, it gets cold enough we don't have pollen going like summer, trees, flowers, weeds that we normally get pollen
What you think the bee was doing before man came along producing these boxes? They were surviving.
Probably left and went to Florida.
All right then, so let them go to Florida.
Yeah.
And they'll come back.
Went down there with the snowbirds.
The bees inherently have an instinct to survive.
Yeah.
So you can't tell me that the bee don't survive through the winter. It's just like I wonder where the mosquito go through the winter. You know, where the gnat goes in the winter. What happens to, all of these insects in the winter, you would think. But however, God gave them something to be able to survive.
Taking my stuff.
And you let this gentleman do it, he'll put them to work. He'll have them somewhere up in a book.
Yeah.
And we won't be able to touch him. 540 pages called the bee sunset.
Maybe we need a new board, a honeybee board.
The honeybee board. We have a honeybee board.
He said no.
The poor honeybee won't even be able to work.
I know. Yeah, but no, we don't want to lose them. They do a lot of work here.
Of course, you don't want to lose. Let the bee be natural, man.
Yeah. So just, this is something that I didn't realize, and I'm not a bee person. The folks around us.
So what you having the bee bill for then? You ain't no bee person?
I have a constituent that's big in the bee business.
Okay.
They take these hives and they continue to reproduce them, and then they take these and they ship them out to Arizona and California, out there where they have a lot of the.
So now you're bee trafficking.
We traffic them.
Now you're bee trafficking.
That is our appreciation to them.
That's my next bill.
We send them out there where there's just all this pollen that they can go out and they get that satisfaction of being free and roaming and pick all this up, and they come back and they produce honey, but at the same time they're pollinating those crops and making sure we got plenty of good food and fruit to eat. So they're definitely enjoying themselves being out there and getting to experience new.
Now I got another farm up here.
We transport them for free.
I got a farm up here swearing he been trafficking bees. Now if it was against the law, he wouldn't be up here testifying to that.
He's incriminating himself. We don't charge them to send them out there. I mean, we don't charge the bees.
Somebody pay something to get them out there.
Transportation to the bees. No, I'm saying we don't charge the bees for a ticket to get out there. We put them on the truck and send them for free. They get out there and get to enjoy a vacation.
So they don't have to flop their wings all the way out there. They just get a free ride.
They get a free ride, and we put them in a box out there, and then they get to fly around and go pollinate crops. I think they enjoy it. Now, I don't talk bees.
Then when they swarm, we bring them back in and let them swarm together again, and then we put them back on the truck and bring them back over here when it's springtime.
We bring them back here. let them come back here and do some work, and then enjoy
What kind of bee would that be?
Spring.
Okay, he trafficked bumblebees. Boom.
Yeah, I ain't messing with bumblebees. I only want to take care of those that are working. So, and that's the honeybees. Yeah, and carpenter bees are bad.
Honeybee has to work also. She got to produce the comb. Oh, the honey in the comb.
Yeah. And if that one queen in that hive dies, the rest of them die too.
You're trying to learn a little bit about it.
I had to learn something.
So I understand that. When they swarm, they're at their weakest point. They don't sting when they're swarming together.
I don't want to test that theory because I don't like to be stung by you.
I saw a guy about 2 weeks ago go in a tree and get a beehive when they were swarming. That's where I learned that. I didn't know that either. Yeah. And he just put his hand up there and pull them down and put them down in a bag, and cone drop in, and he know where the queen was and got them and moved them.
It's amazing how they do that now. They'll take them and put them around some of these produce fields mostly, because a lot of our crops, they self-pollinate, so we don't have to have them to pollinate cotton or peanuts. But some of these produce crops need a pollinator. But there's folks around us that have hives. They do it mostly for honey, and they get the pollen off of clover and other type crops there. And but what we'll do is, before we spray, because we spray for insects on cotton, bollworms and weevils, things like that. When we spray them, we'll call the guy or the lady that owns the hive, and we say, hey, we're going to spray. So 2 or 3 days before, they'll shut the bees, keep them so they can't fly out, because they'll be out there in the field and you spray them, and then they're just, you kill them. So, you try to work with those folks that have them, because if you don't, then it's pretty easy to kill them. And they got natural enemies and mites that get into them that'll destroy the hive. And that's one of the big problems that happened. Used to, we would, and again, this isn't something I had somebody told me this, but Alabama was one of the largest exporters of honeybees, and they went into Canada. But then there was a mite.
We've been trafficking for a long time.
We were trafficking internationally.
Yeah, we were trafficking.
And then when that mite came, they shut the border down so you couldn't transfer them. And so that's when the honeybee business in Alabama started to decline, because I think, making honey is one business, but the selling the hives is another business, where you sell it to another state or another country. But down here, everything is just local. We do it locally.
Well, I'm going to yield to the gentleman behind me who wants to ask you a couple of questions. One, we shouldn't be trafficking. 2, we should be producing imitation honey and allowing them to sit up for that. And 3, I think it's a violation of the ASU hornets that you messing with our honeybees.
I can tell you that is the one violation I don't want to make right there. I don't want to mess with those ladies.
All right, Senator Kelly.
Well, Senator Singleton kind of touched on this. You were talking about there are some bees that need to be protected. And we were all keenly made aware of this, not at this year, but last year's softball game, when we did have the Alabama State honeybees come out and perform. Is there anything in your bill that would adversely affect our Alabama State honeybees and their performance?
Absolutely not. We made sure we were drafting this bill that we did everything we could to protect that group, and we are very grateful to this entity and what they do for us.
So with this protection that you're talking about coming on later on to protect certain types of bees, is it safe for us to assume that you're going to be bringing forth legislation to protect the Alabama State honeybees?
If Senator Singleton gives me the green light on that bill, I'll take it all the way for him if that's what he wants.
Okay, well, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Senator Singleton.
Yes. So give me a scenario.
A scenario.
I'm on a call.
Oh, all right, you're on a call. You're police.
I'm on a call. Me and Lil Bobby on a call. All right.
I tell you what.
So now I come to you in Pearl. I'm coming to rescue you, right?
Right.
So you're on the highway. So I get out of my car, and if I cross the street,
You don't have the authority to stop traffic to cross the street. You have to yield right of way to those cars.
to those cars.
So if little Bobby is over here on the other side of the road and is in peril,
Okay, so
These
what you're saying in this bill will allow me to be able to stop the traffic,
yes, sir.
and the traffic has to stop.
Right.
Okay, so they have to now yield to me instead of me yielding to them.
Right.
Because I was thinking that you were about to tell me that, the first responder going to get a ticket for jaywalking for going to try to help somebody.
Well, to the letter of the law, they could. If they were responding to an emergency call and they ran out there, they could be subject to a jaywalking citation.
I mean, but they still need to be careful about ongoing traffic also, right?
But we don't want it to be a legal issue.
I understand, but
That's another good example. Little Bobby's across the crosswalk. And I'm responding.
Hey, I can only talk about Lil Bobby. You don't talk about Lil Bobby.
We're big fans of Little Bobby. But you don't want me to have to wait on.
I'm okay. Go. I'm sorry. Go. You can use Lil Bobby.
With your permission, sir, may I reference Little Bobby?
Yeah, you can reference Lil Bobby this time.
All right, this time I understand. So I'm a first responder and I'm responding to go help Little Bobby.
Okay.
You don't want me to have to wait on that crosswalk to turn green to cross the street to go help Little Bobby.
I do want you to wait. I don't want you to get hit by no car either.
We're going to trust.
Because I want you to get over there to get Lil Bobby.
As quickly as possible.
I don't want you to get hit either. Then somebody got to come get you and Lil Bobby.
We're doubling down.
So now you can get out and say, halt the traffic.
That's right.
And they got to stop for you. Okay, so how does that work if I'm in a rural area? I'm a rural volunteer firefighter. I come in my own personal truck. Most of us come in our own personal truck. No one knows that I am a first responder in most of these rural areas. How does that help us? Because again, we're rural. I might get out of my bed in my blue jeans and my checkered shirt because I got a call on my beeper. I'm going as a first responder, going to help to the scene of the call. I'm the first one there.
That's right.
I get there, Lil Bobby lying in the road, or he's on the other side and I need to get to him. I'm trying to stop traffic. The average driver don't know that I am a first responder because I'm driving my personal vehicle. In the rural areas, that's 90% of the time it will happen. So how does that help me? I can understand if it's in urban areas, if there is a marked vehicle or if there is a ambulance or if it's a truck that has to stop on this side and go to the next side. How does it help us in the rural area?
The exact same way as far as this legislation goes. Now, your standard operating, your SOPs.
But nobody knows that I am that guy.
That should be covered in your SOPs. Your standard operating procedures for that volunteer service should have standardized and express, written, and learned rules for positioning the vehicles and identification of the vehicles. So that's really covered in the standard operating procedures of that department.
I understand that.
Proper lighting and so that's how they're going to know.
Again, I'm volunteering.
Yeah.
I'm leaving home. I'm wearing my blue jeans. I have nothing on to say that I'm a first responder.
Probably have a safety vest, though.
Again, we get called in the middle of the night. You get out there, you do it. You say the safety vest. I can see many scenarios to where this could happen in the rural areas, and rural volunteer fire departments or those who are going out to help as first responders don't have the opportunity to maybe get into that vest. Like if you're in Auburn, your guys get in, they're gonna get in their vests and they get in their boots and they got on yellow and stripes and because I may be just leaving dinner with my wife. Oh, I don't have a wife, I'm sorry. I might just be leaving, don't put that on me, Lord. I just might be leaving dinner with a friend.
Not somebody else's wife.
No.
Okay.
I might be leaving dinner with my wife, okay? And at the end of the day, as a first responder, right, I'm on 24 hours, and I'm a volunteer.
I understand.
So the driver, and if the driver then comes and disobey, and the driver says that I didn't know that he was a first responder, is there a penalty in the bill for the people not stopping for you?
Not in this bill, but not in this bill.
Okay, so no penalty. Okay. I just want to know.
Sure.
All right, I don't see nothing wrong with the bill. I just want to bring up the scenarios because I could see it where people could not understand that I am a first responder.
Well, but in
rural areas where I live.
In your example, though, this is really protecting that same rural firefighter to protect him.
I hear you, but
even if that.
I'm speaking from I guess I'm speaking from the voice of the driver.
Right.
Who don't know that you're that person. And I might just think you some lunatic out there trying to stop traffic. And if I and go around you and keep going, I just don't know whether we should penalize that person who...
It's not penalizing that person that drives by, but it protects that firefighter making his best effort to stop the traffic so that driver can't then take action against the firefighter trying to stop traffic. If that makes sense.
Not really, but I hear where you're going, because if I'm trying to stop traffic, what would be the damages if that person say...
Well, I don't think there should be. I mean, there are no damages.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't see an action coming to protect them. But I mean, if you go out there and stop them in the middle of the street with your hands up, and you know, sometimes normally people will look at it, but I just don't want, I don't know what the penalty, because I hadn't read the bill, whether or not there was some penalty if that person kept going, you know, and if, you know, he hit the driver or something of that nature, and you're saying that driver, you know, was protected. Let's say if he bumping. And so now you go under that Protection Act, and that person say, well, I think affirmative defense could be that I didn't know, or he wasn't wearing anything in the safety gear, he wasn't wearing anything to show that he was a first responder. You know, not that I had the intent to hit him, but it happened because he ran out there so fast, and now that I knew he was going there, you had the right to do that, but I bump you. And the question is whether or not I am guilty of that, you know, hitting you. And especially, you know, and I'm just trying to make sure that people understand that they have a right also. That's all I'm saying. Sure. And I don't want that, because I can see what you're doing, but I also understand scenarios in rural areas, because most of my folks that go out as volunteers don't have a lot of reflective on. They've been called in the middle of the night, they just jump up to go, and they're out there to help.
I understand. I think you're going to be in a situation, if they're in that particular situation, there's nothing in this bill that's going to decide who's at fault or what sort of actionable.
That's all. I'm fine. All right, we can move for third reading.
I'd like to do so.
All right. He's in previous role?
He's in previous role with no objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 283 passes. Thanks, Senator Hovey. Secretary, call next bill.
Page 53 of the calendar, Senate Bill 322 by Senator Chambliss regarding the Department of Corrections. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using previous role.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 53 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 322 by Senator Chambliss regarding the Department of Corrections.
Mr. President, members, this bill came out of a Joint Prison Oversight Committee meeting from December where we had public hearing that allowed members of the public to come in and address the Joint Prison Oversight Committee. We have 3 members of the Senate, 3 members of the House, and that's our duty, is to look at issues related to the Department of Corrections, what we can do to help and assist, make things better. And one of the things that we were made aware of at that public hearing is that communication is a problem, not getting information timely, and there are some reasons for that. There are some legitimate reasons for it, but then there are some times where it just doesn't occur due to manpower, due to different staffing, different other priorities. People are not focused on this particular issue, so it becomes less of a priority. So in our discussions, it became apparent that following that public hearing, that this might be something that we could help with by legislation and in working with the Department of Corrections and other interested parties. We've come up with this legislation that creates a family services unit. We'll have a family services advocate at each major facility, so that would be 14, I think the number is. And then we would have one at the Department of Corrections at the central office that would coordinate all of these members of this unit, family services unit. And the whole purpose is when a family has a member of their family incarcerated, they may get word or somebody may call them that this has happened to their family member, that's happened to their family member. And sometimes it's accurate, sometimes it's not. But the family goes days and even weeks sometimes without getting the information from those who actually know the correct information. So this is an attempt to help bridge that communication gap and help them to get the information that they need on a timely basis and just make things better for them. So with that, Mr. President, there is some work that we're getting comments in from several different parties, and I want to just carry this over and work on those comments, aggregate those into an amendment or substitute, and bring this back next week. So with that, Mr. President, I'd move to carry over Senate Bill 322.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Senate Bill 322 is carried over. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
Page 9 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 152 by Senator Sessions and others regarding the State Pilotage Commission as Class 2 municipality. BIR pending.
Mr. President, make a motion to pass BIR using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
(29 ayes, 0 nays). The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Page 9 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 152 by Senator Sessions and others relating to Class 2 municipalities. Committee substitute pending.
Senator Sessions.
I have a committee substitute. I need to.
All right. You want long roll and the substitute? We got to get it first. All right. Mr. Committee sub. All right. Adoption of the substitute using the long roll.
I'm substituting using long roll.
All right. Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
(26 ayes, 0 nays). The committee substitute's adopted.
All right, the committee substitute basically was just some word changes. The port had a little bit of issues with some of the verbiage, so it was really just some verbiage change. If there's any question, I'd be glad to answer them. If not, I'd move third reading, be dispensed with, using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 152 passes. Thanks, Senator Sessions.
Thank you, Mr.
Secretary, call next bill.
Page 11 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 183 by Senator Hatcher and others regarding virtual education. BR pending.
Senator Hatcher.
Mr. President, I'd like to move for adoption of the BIR using the previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, no nays.
27 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Page 11 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 183 by Senator Hatcher and others regarding virtual education.
Mr. President.
Senator Hatcher.
I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to this.
All right. Secretary, read and receive the friendly amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill 183 by Senator Hatcher. Replace line 27 on page 1 with the following. Replace line 63 through 65 on page 3 with the following.
Good to go.
All right, Senator Hatcher.
Mr. President, members, this bill just authorizes the closed browser for remote testing. We have virtual schools, and this bill allows individuals to be able to do that in a virtual setting for the assessment. If there are no questions, I'd like to move for final passage using the previous role.
All right.
Adopt the amendment with
Adoption
previous
of the
role.
amendment. I'm trying to get it on the move for adoption of the amendment.
Previous role.
Previous role.
Using the
Any
previous role
objection?
without objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes.
28 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment's adopted. All right, Senator Hatcher. Now we're ready for.
Well, Mr. President, again, the bill seeks to administer the assessment for virtual schools. So I'd like to move final passage using the previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 183 passes. Thanks, Senator Hatcher.
Mr. President, point of personal privilege.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the body, we're about to come to the close of this calendar where we're about to get into, after this bill, we'll have all local bills. And Senator Chambliss and I can handle them. Y'all don't have to come up here. We'll get a good roll. We'll roll them out, and we can go and get ready to go home, okay? If y'all okay with that. All right. Thank you. Look at Senator looking over there like, something must be wrong with Bobby. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
Page 55 of the calendar, Senate Bill 323 by Senator Price regarding taxation. BR pending.
Senator Price.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pass the BIR with the previous role, please.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Page 55 of the calendar, Senate Bill 323 by Senator Price relating to taxation. Committee amendment pending.
Mr. President, we have a committee amendment on there to pass the committee amendment with previous role.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays. The committee amendment's adopted. Senator Price.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, let me apologize to the body. This is basically a local bill, but due to time circumstances, I'm asking for you to work with me on this today, but it deals with an issue in one of my counties that has a one of our government grants, and what it deals with is if they foreclose or either they declare bankruptcy, that the county will not have to continue to pay that entity any money, and that money will go into a different fund until we can do a local bill at next year. Without any other questions across the way, I ask for final passage by using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 323 passes. Thanks, Senator Price.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
Page 34 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 20 by Senator Elliott regarding Baldwin County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, no nays.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Page 34 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 20 by Senator Elliott, a proposed constitutional amendment relating to Baldwin County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 20 passes.
Mr. President, I move certification using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Certification resolutions adopted. Secretary, call the next bill.
Page 14 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 86 by Senator Allen regarding Tuscaloosa County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 14 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 86 by Senator Allen regarding Tuscaloosa County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, no nays.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 86 passes.
Mr. President, I move certification using previous roll.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. (29 ayes, 0 nays). The certification resolution's adopted. Secretary, call the next bill.
Page 7 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 156 by Senator Chambliss relating to Autauga County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 7 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 156 by Senator Chambliss regarding Autauga County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 156 passes. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, Senate Bill 193 by Senator Williams regarding Mobile County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 193 by Senator Williams regarding Mobile County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous roll.
All right, any objection? You objecting, Bobby? Oh. On Senator Williams' bill? Okay. All right, so any objection to using previous roll? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 193 passes. All right, Secretary, call the next local bill.
On page 34 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 261 by Senator Jones regarding Cherokee County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, no nays.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Page 34 of the calendar.
Hearing none.
Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Senate bill, certification resolutions adopted. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 34 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 262 by Senator Jones, a proposed constitutional amendment relating to Etowah County.
Mr. President, I move the BR used in previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, no nays.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 35 of the calendar, Senate Bill 263 by Senator Jones, a proposed constitutional amendment regarding Etowah County.
Mr. President, I move final passage used in previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, no nays.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 262 passes.
Mr.
Secretary,
President, I move certification used in previous roll.
it is. All right, any objection to using previous roll? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Certification resolutions adopted. Secretary, call the next bill.
Page 35 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 263 by Senator Jones regarding Etowah County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR used in previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, no nays.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Mr. President.
Hold on one second. Let him call the bill.
Okay, I'm sorry.
On page 35 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 263 by Senator Jones regarding Etowah County.
All right, Senator Singleton.
Mr. President, I have an amendment.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment, please.
Two people signed that. Amendment to Senate Bill 263 by Senator Singleton. Replace lines 21 on page 1 with the following. Replace line 28 on page 1 with the following.
Mr. President, move for adoption amendment used in previous roll without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, no nays.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Singleton amendment's adopted. All right.
Mr. President, I move final passage used in previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 263 passes. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 35 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 267 by Senator Kitchens regarding Marshall County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR used in previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 35 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 267 by Senator Kitchens regarding Marshall County.
Mr. President, I move final passage used in previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 267 passes. All right, Secretary, call next bill.
On page 50 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 268 by Senator Williams regarding Mobile County. BR pending.
Mr. President, move for the, you move it.
I move BR using previous role.
Mr. President, I'd like to speak to the motion.
Okay.
We just have a housekeeping motion that's coming here. We need about 5 minutes or so, and it's going into the last bill, and just don't want to stop before we get there because of the posture that we're in. So we're just going to have a little dialogue here for maybe 5 minutes or so until the pro tem gets something ready before he come to us to get ready to get us out of here this afternoon. And so it's just some technical stuff that needs to happen. The rules chairman is looking to get something introduced, and we want to give him an opportunity to get it introduced today, which is going to be important to Jefferson County. And so we are here talking about the Mobile County Sheriff qualification. And
do you have sheriff, Mr. President? Do you have sheriff qualifications in all of your counties? Some of your counties?
Some of my counties, you know, they've been trying to get them all, and I've just been real reluctant when I go to rural communities about it, because when you get there, you know, your population is not that big, and you may not always have that sheriff, and the next person may not have that experience that they're asking for, and it may cause problem with us being able to get a qualified sheriff that lives in the community. Some of them wanted them to be so many years of law enforcement. You know, some of them wanted to have degrees, just like even with my probate judge. Someone wanted the probate judge to have a law degree. Well, that just doesn't work in my small community all the time, you know? And because you just don't have a lot of people there, you're gonna get outside folk coming in, trying to move in, serving in those capacities in your communities.
Well, and I can relate, because one of my counties is a small rural county like that, and you know, the pool of people who have the experience and qualifications is much smaller. And that reminds me, I can't remember, maybe you can remember, did we pass the bill completely that allowed retired, say a retired trooper, to run for sheriff and be sheriff and still continue his retirement? I can't remember if that's gone all the way through the process or not.
Right, I don't know if it got all the way through. I do remember the subject matter.
Yeah.
You know,
and that's a good thing, because you know you got the experience, you got the qualification, you got everything you need. One of our former sheriffs was a retired trooper way back when, so you want that experience, you want that. So that's a similar type thing here that helps with those qualifications.
My current sheriff in Greene County is a retired trooper. After some 30-some odd years, that's the only one that I know that's in my district that may be a retired trooper. But they wanted to put, you know, qualification on to where it was scoping down to maybe 1 or 2 people that could be sheriff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When I looked at the pool, you know, and it may have taken another 10 years before someone else got to that statute that was there. And what if that person just stopped being a law enforcement officer and decided to go work somewhere else? You know, you're left with no pool, or that sheriff may never have nobody to run against him. You know
what would happen?
That's what I'm saying.
What would happen?
So that's why I would never go for it. So I just, you know, just believe and let the qualification be as it is, you know, and then just try to work through that. You know, in some of the larger areas where I know the pool would be, you know, if it was Tuscaloosa County, that's fine.
That's different.
You know,
and they have a larger organization to run, and that, I mean, it's a big deal.
Big deal, yes. And so you got plenty of officers. You know, if you look at the Tuscaloosa police force may have 700 officers on it. So one of them, even if it's a city cop, may qualify to be a sheriff one day if he decided to run for sheriff. He or she may decide to do that. But if I look at my area, Greensboro, we got 5 police officers, maybe four or 5 sheriff officers, you know? And if you take away that from the training and experience, and say somebody got to have 20 years or 10 or 15 years, and then sometimes there's a turnover because pay may have been low and these folks turn over, they got hired and went somewhere else. And then, you know, the qualification of a sheriff, you at least must have lived in that area for a period of time, must be a citizen thereof. So you just can't go out and recruit somebody to come in and be the sheriff for you without having, you know, the residency requirement. So that's why I've been reluctant, you know, to do it in some of my smaller areas.
Yeah, especially statewide. But I'm like you there, you know, from a medium-sized county maybe and up,
yes,
it might be good. Yes. Because, you want qualified people, and the more experience they have, the better they're able to run the agency and relate and know what the officers are dealing with on a daily basis. Whereas, like, if I was a sheriff, I had no clue.
Right.
No clue.
Right.
But that don't mean I couldn't do it.
Exactly.
I would just have to learn.
Right.
And that's maybe appropriate in some circumstances. So a statewide, across the board, you got to have this or you got to have that. I would agree with you. That would be too far, too much, and not help in a lot of actually hurt in some circumstances.
And you really want someone to be certified and qualified to whatever we sit those and I agree with them, because the sheriff is a constitutional officer that holds a lot of power. Sheriff has a lot of power. They've been strong ever since Mac Dillon days. The sheriff has been strong, and we've always continued to give them that level of power that they have. And so, being that they're the only constitutional officer in a county government, okay? And so that is really strong. I mean, if the sheriff don't want the state trooper to come in and patrol in his area, he don't have to let them in. He don't have to let other law enforcement in his areas if he or she don't want that. Wow. That's a lot of power.
What about a municipality? Would that override if you have a municipality? He couldn't keep them from having a force, could he?
He can stop them. No, he can keep it. He can have a force.
But he still has jurisdiction.
He still has jurisdiction.
Okay,
yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, he can do a lot. Sheriff can do a lot within a municipality. He has a lot of power. And so you would want to entrust that power with someone who understands the power of the sheriff, someone who's had that law enforcement, experience. I do understand what they're saying and where they're coming from, but I think that some of them, some of my sheriffs have been just want to dwindle it down because they wanted to keep the competition from running against them.
Right.
I understood that also. Because last time, I just did beat him last time by 100 votes, So now he's running against me again, so I want to get this passed within these next 4 years to keep him from running. I saw some of that in some of my counties also now.
You can't take politics out of politics, can you?
Take politics. That thing called politics will creep right on up in there. If it was about just certifications, and it was genuine. But my thing is that I also had to tell them, I got to look at where we are. My pool that I have. You're not going to always be sheriff. You're not going to always live forever.
That's right.
And then the people may get tired of you. The people might have the right to be able to vote for the sheriff that they want to. And if you're the only one that's in this county that has that qualification, then we're stuck with you.
Yeah.
And so
that's not a good situation.
And that's not good.
Yeah,
that's not democracy.
No accountability at that point.
That's not democracy there. The people should have that right. Even if we set qualifications in areas to where the pool is larger, I'm okay with that, because people still have those that they can choose from out of the pool.
Right.
Who meets the qualifications.
I wonder what size county it starts becoming a problem.
I think anything 25,000 and below.
I was going to say 30, so we're kind of right there together.
Yeah.
But something like that, you start getting below that, starts getting such a small pool, it will be hard to.
Yeah, and I think and even with like probate judges, everybody want a probate judge because of the committal process and all of that.
Ready to pass the BR?
Yes, we'll pass the BR. Move from previous row without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 50 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 268 by Senator Williams relating to Mobile County, committee amendment pending.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the committee amendment using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, no nays.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The committee amendment's adopted. Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 268 passes. Thanks, Senator Chambliss. Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as you're aware, we're still in sunset mode, so we can set sunset aside. We finished this calendar, had great work today, but we can set sunset aside for a single item. So I would like to make a motion that we set sunset aside to introduce a bill using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The motion passes. All right, now I'll have an introduction of a bill.
Senate Bill number 336 by Senator Wagner relating to research and development is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Wagner. All right.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion that we set aside sunset for the purpose of one item, which is recommitting of a bill.
All right. Using previous roll.
Previous roll, I'm sorry.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The motion passes. All right. Senator Albritton.
Mr. President, I'd like to recommit SB 297, moving from FT&G to FT&E education.
Okay. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Senate Bill number 297 has been re-referred to the Committee on Finance, Taxation, Education.
Thanks, Senator Albritton. Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had another great week, a lot of good work, a lot of cooperation, collaboration, working together to do the people's business, strong debate, which is always a hallmark of the Alabama Senate. I want to thank everyone for being here, all of the members as well as the staff and their constant support. And with that, Mr. President, I make a motion we stand adjourned until 2 p.m. Tuesday, April 23rd.
All right, heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We stand adjourned.